All of you enter a tavern. The bartender pulls out a dagger and whistles. A gang of men quickly surround you. Roll for initiative.
I use my bonus action to heal, and then I smack him with my trusty mace.
I take cover behind a flip table and fire an arrow into the ceiling, ricocheting into the barkeep's eye.
I pull out my blunderbuss and I blast them away.
Swinging my sword, I behead him, showing him the might of my great sword!
I summon Serpent's Fang, launching it into the halfling's eye.
Oh, what the fuck broke my guitar?
Hello everybody and welcome to eDIOCRACY, the show where a bunch of idiots that don't know how to play D&D sit down and play D&D. Today I am joined by the guys once again as we go into episode 9. Guys,
Yeah.
are y'all ready for episode 9?
Yeah, excitement. So,
Okay, so with the further ado, it's time for us to get into this. Jump straight in to activate your characters once again. So then they actually appear on my campaign sheet here. And so, yeah, before we start, I do want to mention to all the viewers, our good friend Dominique is going to be running late. It seems that he is terrible at scheduling, and so he will be here hopefully very soon.
He is
for our sakes, for his sake, and for just okay. Let's get started. So okay, last time we left off, let's see. So the group head out, in episode 8, the group head out, with good friend Joseph after finding out Frobo and Morgeth was missing. They head out with Joseph to enter a local brawl between two gangs. One of the gangs happens to be Joseph's gang, and, there was also another gang that they were, fighting that day. The party joins in. We had Caden, Orilo, Tony, and Vanessa join in as a nice team on for Joseph the Thug, and was able to win the top prize, with Tony taking out the familiar face that they all knew, Grog the Half Ogre, in a 1-on-1 fistfight combat. As they continued, they came back to the tavern. A few things happened, and then they moved on to their merry way of going to sleep for the night. As we hit the bonus episode, Morgeth also had an adventure of his own, and he has returned to the tavern where he also slept. So now we will return to the next morning after all of this craziness has happened, where we will have everyone start to wake up. I need everybody, please roll me a d4.
got
All right. I got 1.
I got a 1.
I got a 3.
I got a Juan.
4.
Okay, so starting in the morning, we will have Vanessa wake up first, followed by Orilo in just a few minutes. So let's start this off here. Vanessa, you are now waking up in the morning. Your room, you are the only one in your room. You wake up in the morning. You know, sun shining through. It's starting to look like a nice and beautiful day. A nice and beautiful day outside. You, as you wake up, you get a nice view out the window, and you see kids going around playing right outside. And you start to get a good smell of what seems to be like a really good smell of breakfast foods coming in from the actual tavern hall.
Vanessa goes out to try to investigate the smells.
Yeah. So as you walk out of the door, as you walk out the door and everything, you're able to look straight over the balcony and you see about 20 to 30 people sitting down and like eating breakfast. All of them seem to be enjoying their breakfast, very well. And you see not only the bartender down there serving food, but you also see the lady that he's been talking to before that usually does some of the cooking. And she's, walking around also serving as well.
I would like to go down the stairs and go up to the bar.
So yeah, you walk up to the bar. The bartender kind of like walks around. He walks behind the bar as you're coming up, and he's like, "Hello, Tabaxi. How are you doing on this fine morning?"
Probably as best as I can be.
It's like, yeah. He goes, that's understandable, but we must move past it. So, what can I help you with?
Something to eat and some wine, please.
Oh, awesome. So with that, he reaches down, gets some wine, and he starts to pour it into a tankard. And he's like, okay. He says you want something to eat. Anything specific in mind, or do you just want the chef special?
Chef special, please.
He's like, okay, it's gonna be he said it's going to be 5 silver pieces. As he then turns as he's pouring and screams back, he's like, "We're going to need a chef special up here." And you hear the lady in the back goes, "Roger that."
Vanessa puts a gold piece on the table and says, "Keep the change."
Kindly appreciate it, as he reaches over and puts it in his little coin pouch that's attached to his side. He goes, has any of your friends woken up this morning yet? Or is it just you up right now?
Just me for right now. It should be waking up soonish.
He's like, oh, okay. Yeah. He goes, yeah, I noticed this morning as I was walking around your what was it? A tiefling friend. His room happened to be closed this morning. Did any of you go in there this morning?
But like Vanessa visibly perks up. No. Might have came back.
Like, yeah. He goes, I didn't see him come in last night or this morning, but he's like, I did notice that the door was closed this morning. I was actually about to ask you for the key, but it's closed, so I didn't know if y'all had done that, if y'all had done anything with it. He goes, yeah, it's a little bit past 10, unless you want to pay for another night. There's I need the keys by 12, so that means y'all need to get out by 12. It's been great having y'all, but yeah, if you want to pay for another night, feel free. I could definitely set you up for another night, but
I think it's best we stay. I think it's best we stay another night. How much gold would that be for everyone?
He said it's a gold piece per person.
And okay, I'm trying to think. Try and do basic math in my head, and my head's not working right. So,
yeah,
4 gold pieces.
In total, for what you know, there's, if Moore gets back, there should be 5. Right? Wait a minute. My brain's not working.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
hang on a minute. I'm trying to think too.
Yeah,
Tony, Caden.
Yeah. No. I think you're right.
Yeah, it's 4. It should be.
Should be 4. Okay.
Okay, I don't think Yorn's staying at the end, so I don't think I'll have to pay for him as well. Or did he stay at the inn last night? I'm trying to remember.
Yorn is not there now. He's not there now. So
Okay.
Yeah. So he didn't stay.
Yeah, because I just remembered he works at the arena, so he's probably stayed there.
If I remember,
he only stayed the night that you found Frobo missing.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, he did get a room, but
He stayed in Frobo's room the night that Frobo, like the day Frobo went missing. Yeah. Okay.
So Vanessa puts another 4 gold pieces on the counter.
He goes, thank you, and he kind of just slides it into his pouch, and he goes, yeah, feel free to keep it for another night. If you need anything, we'll be down here. And if you actually, in about an hour, we usually don't do this around breakfast, but we actually have someone coming in to play a little bit of music, so maybe you and your friends can have a good time.
Hopefully.
Yep. And with that, he kind of walks off to another table to to pour some drinks.
Vanessa just eats. Sorry, I had to think for a second. Like, were you gonna switch, or am I just gonna? Yeah,
that's all you wanted to do. Okay.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to do.
So, with you going off to eat, let's move on to Orilo, who should be waking up now. Orilo, you are waking up. You're feeling slightly groggy.
Yeah.
But I mean, other than that, I mean, everything seems pretty okay. So you are waking up. Sun shining in and everything. Kind of the same how Vanessa's was, and you also start to smell the breakfast foods from the tavern area. It starts to make you slight peckish.
I growl out of bed and make my way to the bar.
Okay. So as you walk down the stairs, you see Vanessa kind of starting to finish up her food. And you end up stepping right past her to come up to the bar, where you see the barkeep kind of wiping down a table, to your right.
I asked Vanessa. Vanessa? That's the name of
What?
how they're holding up.
I did not understand a single word of that.
I'm sorry. How are you holding up?
I'm holding. She says, motioning to her 1.
Excuse me, barkeep. Can you give me special? Maybe some wine too.
He goes, yeah. He goes, I can get that for you in just a moment. He walks off for a second. You hear him yell out for the special. He gets a yell back, and then he's like, yeah. He said the special's to be ready in just a moment. He picks up the taker and the wine. He pours it real quick, and he goes, yep, it's gonna be 5 silver pieces.
Out 5 coins then.
Yep, and then he slides it into his pouch. He walks around the corner, and he comes out. He walks around the corner real quick. He grabs a plate, and he goes. It seems like she knew exactly what you were going to order, because she had this pretty much prepared. And he kind of puts it right in front of you, and she's like, "Well, enjoy."
Thank you.
So,
it's all dig in.
Yeah. So are you just gonna eat breakfast?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, we're gonna have Morgeth and Alex. Both of you are going to wake up.
Okay.
All right.
Both of you are waking up currently. Which one of you wants to go first?
Let's let Morgan go first.
Okay.
All right.
So Morgeth, you wake up, you see, you see Ugg, sleeping in the other bed across from you. And you see Ugg kind of like turn over and everything, almost like he's partially awake, but Ugg's kind of just like turning, I guess, trying to get a couple more minutes of sleep as he heard you wake up. You get a huge like stench of like booze and and some of the breakfast and everything, and you're starting to like hear music start to play from the little tavern area.
I get up out of the bed and go, meat, and just start walking downstairs to the bar.
He just like zombies his way down.
Yeah. So as he starts to walk, Ugg, are you waking up or staying in bed?
Yeah, I guess I will get up at this point.
Okay. So, as you get up and you see him walk out the door, you end up following him right outside. You end up following him right outside the door, and Morgeth's already down the stairs, kind of like seeing everything. He's seeing the people eating breakfast and everything, and Ugg comes out on the balcony, sees Morgeth at the bottom of the stairs to his left, and then sees everybody out there eating breakfast, starting to hear music and everything, and just as like both of them are taking all of this in, they start to hear like the music change and then they kind of look over toward the stage for a moment, and they see a familiar face, one of which they had just met. They see their good friend Eduardo standing there completely fine, all fine and dandy on the stage, now playing music.
Hola, mi name is Eduardo. I am back. I would like to play a tune for you. This is called I Am Still at 1 HP.
Damn.
God damn, I'm still at 1 HP. God damn, I'm still at 1 HP. Thank you.
You hear like 2 or 3 people just kind of like do like a light clap as like around you, but other than that, everybody else kind of just ignored you.
I said thank you. Don't make me yell a slur. I said thank you.
I guess I clap too.
I just start loudly clapping from the back. Woo!
Yeah, other than that, everybody else is kind of, the people that are just there, just like they're starting to to give you like the stink eye, because they're all just, it's the morning, they're just trying to sit there and enjoy breakfast, and you're just sitting there. It seems like you're bothering them at this point.
Everyone's just like, don't encourage him.
So so you're on the balcony, Morgeth, you're at the bottom of the stairs, moving your way toward the bar. What do you two do?
Ugg is going to go to Eduardo to talk to him for a little bit, make sure he's doing somewhat okay.
Okay. And Morgeth, what are you planning on doing?
I think I'm gonna stumble over to Eduardo's room, like, oh my god, you're alive! And just sort of like check up on him as well.
Yeah, so you stumble over. You say the amazing line.
Oh my god, Eduardo, you're alive!
Huh? Oh, hello, it is my good friend Morgeth. I have not seen you since I ran away. How have you been, good sir?
How's your back being, Eduardo?
My back?
Real question.
Oh yeah, my back kind of hurts from carrying you guys. But it's doing okay.
You ran away.
Damn.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is it you guys got any health potions or something? I'm being a god troopy.
You are completely fine. Hit the long rest button at the top right of your sheet.
Oh, never mind. I totally forgot that I am actually completely okay. My head just got banged up.
Well, thanks the gods for your spontaneous recovery. I need to roll a religion check after that one.
No, I think we
Yep,
got.
that worked. Alright, anyway. Well, survival check.
Okay, cool. I make it through his bad jokes.
Alright, now that I know that Eduardo's okay, Morgeth is gonna head towards the bar to get something to eat.
And Ug's gonna kind of like stand there, like just kind of look. Ug's gonna like stand there for a little bit, looking at Eduardo, just like just kind of like trying to make sure he's okay, just by looking at him. But then once he notices that Morgeth is gone, he's gonna kind of like look around and see that he's at the bar and go to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Morgeth, kind of arrives at the bar. The bartender kind of looks over and he goes, "Well, hello. How are you? It's been a little bit since you've been here."
I like half stumble trip into my chair and just go, "Yes, it has been a long time. I'm doing as good as I can. What's the chef's special for today?"
Like, well, it's a nice plate of some some nice scrambled eggs. You have some bacon on the side, and you get some nice fresh sausage that was actually slaughtered this morning.
Yes. All right, I'll take the chef's special and a tankard of water. I drank too much. I drank too strong of a drink last night.
He's like, understandable. It's gonna be 3 silver and 2 copper.
Ugg kind of got there while the barkeep was like explaining the special, and Ugg's just kind of like, "Barkeep, what do you charge per night?" Just out of curiosity.
Well, it is 1 gold piece per night, as long as there is a room available. If you could find someone to bunk with, I can definitely get you a room. Other words, everything else is pretty much taken.
Ugg's going to toss him a gold and say, due to circumstances, I kind of had to stay the night last night.
Oh, okay.
And you know what? I'm not sure, but I might end up staying the night as well today, or tonight, or again. So here's another one. So
well, thank you.
And
he's like, thank you. He goes, thank you for being an honest gentleman. I do appreciate it.
Ugg kind of like bows a little bit, and like his golden feathers like almost seem to gleam a bit.
So he kind of turns over to Morgeth and he goes, "Well, a few things have happened while you've been gone. Has the rest of them told you the news?"
No, they have not. Do tell, please.
And
I say,
and as that happens, you see that his smile kind of disappears, and it goes like straight into almost like a depressive, a depressive face, and he goes, "Well, I think it would be better if they told you about the news." And with that, he kind of like looks over at Vanessa and Orilo, sitting at the bar eating, finishing up their breakfast.
My head perks up with concern. What?
I
Okay.
I look at it.
Say what?
Ug's just kind of like they're confused.
Vanessa actually perks up from noticing that, oh hey, Morgus is there. She gets up and walks towards Morgeth.
Good to see you again, old friend. So, do you mind telling me as to what happened while I was missing? The barkeep tells me there's news.
There is in fact news, Morgeth. You're gonna need a drink after it. So
I feel like
you know
Ug is kind of like sitting behind him, like kind of growing more and more concerned. Like, what is this?
our good friend Tony Dragonfist, right?
Yeah.
And then Ug just like, oh, Tony, where is he? Where's the good lad? Where is my friend?
Vanessa just kind of like puts her hand like over her mouth for a second, and then takes a deep breath in. He died last night.
What? I have to I slam my hand down on the table. I'm like shocked. What?
Ug is
What? Ug is what now?
Ug is speechless.
As the news,
I shrug.
As the
I'm-
news
I'm
hits, the
trying
entire tavern kind of just like goes in complete silence. No music, no talking, just straight silence for like a whole minute. And in that minute, it feels like an eternity has passed. And then as all of you are starting to like recoup a little bit from the news, the bartender goes, yes, he goes, I was there, and he goes, a group of gang members attacked the tavern, and Tony valiantly fought for what he believed in. He fought to save the tavern, save his friends, but unfortunately, he gave his own life to protect others. And the bartender kind of just walks off, like with his head down.
Did he kill them? I say that to Vanessa. Like,
Yeah, I was about to talk too. Anyways, we did in fact defeat. I ended up killing the guy that killed him. All the other people ran away after that.
good. At least his death has been avenged. I say as like my hand is like shaking in anger.
Ug's kind of like trying to hold back tears because his best friend is dead. And he's just like, at least he went out fighting the giant way. Or the Goliath way, sorry. And he's just like trying not to cry, and he's like looking down at the table.
Vanessa speaks up again. It's like, long live Dragonfist, before she walks back to O'Reilly.
I failed, Dimbo.
And I say, Morgeth goes, long live Dragonfist. As I motion to the barkeep to come back. It's like, give me the strongest thing you have.
And he walks around the corner, and he pulls out a tankard and then you see that he's got this like this big bottle, and he just kind of slaps it on the table, and he goes, "Pour whatever you think you need."
How much?
Ugg
How
is
much
just
is it?
so depressed that he like lost his appetite here.
He looks at you and he's just like, this one's in the house. As he kind of gets himself a glass and pours himself another drink.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And the barkeep kind of like with his drink walks over to the stage where you kind of notice Eduardo step off the stage, and he goes, "For all of you that didn't know, Tony Dragonfist Valuga, a contender and second place winner of the Hestia Coliseum just recently, a hero to us all by defeating the leader of the Men in Black, friends of the Guard, friends of what all of you know is Joseph, that hangs around the tavern a lot with a bunch of his friends, and of course, I've a couple royals, as some of you may or may not have known. We've had a couple visitors come by and ask about it, and I haven't given much details on it. But I think it's time to really tell everybody. He fought very hard for this establishment. He fought to protect others, and he fought as a warrior. And in the moment of his death, it seemed like an eternity. Even though it was only lasted about 30 seconds. It seems forever. Now, I didn't know him long. I just met him about a week ago. If then, and, seeing him coming in and out, telling me about his adventures, all of his friends telling me things that he's done, some of the best things I've probably heard people talk about here in Hestia in a long time. And with his passing, I could say that of how much he wanted to die as a warrior, he truly did. He passed in this tavern just last night, and with his passing, a part of Hestia died inside. But he opened up a new path for new heroes. It seems he's opened up a path for new adventures. Even though I'm not going anywhere, of course I can't. This is my tavern after all. He did open up new possibilities. And so with that, I want to raise a toast to Dragonfist and to Tony, who was a good friend to us all. To Dragonfist!
To Dragonfist!
To Dragonfist!
Dragonfist.
As the whole tavern starts to cheer, everyone takes a huge chug of drink, and then people start to celebrate in the back, as everyone now knows the name of Dragonfist in the tavern.
Ugg just kind of turns back around and just very sad, just continues to look at the bar. Just head down looking at the bar.
Morgeth continues to just have this 1,000-yard stare as he's like downing his drink.
And so,
He does not.
after a few moments of all of you sitting there and, taking in the moment, trying to remember all the good times you had with Tony, of all the great things, all the bads, just everything that just made Tony a true Goliath. You kind of get a sense of hope inside. All of you feel slightly better about the whole thing as you are all down together. And through weird fate, all of you've been brought here by Tony's hand. Whether you believe it or not, all of you were here because of Tony. And so with that, all of you take one last swig, finish your drinks and food, and continue on as you see Yorn coming through the tavern door right now. Yorn looks over. It's like, how are all of you doing? Other than everything.
Good.
Hearing the voice, Tony kind of like, or not Tony.
He's back. He's alive.
He's alive. Ugg kind of like turns around and sees Yorn, and kind of like elbows Morgeth to get his attention, and just like, "Hey Morgeth, isn't that isn't that the goblin that was on the wanted poster?"
Oh my god, Yorn! And I jump up and I jump up, look at Ugg and go, yes, that's him. And I take off to go run towards Yorn.
And you start to run towards Yorn. Yorn kind of takes a step back and he's just like, "What the? what's the deal here?" It's just
been a long time, friend. How are you doing?
He's like, it's like it's only been 2 days. I'm doing okay though.
Yorn, trust me, these past 2 days have been an eternity to me. So
it's like, yeah, last night felt that way to me. He goes, but just a little time kind of fix that.
Yes, like what?
What have all of you been up to in the the last 12 hours?
At this point, Vanessa has gotten up. At this point, Vanessa has gotten up and walked over to Yorn as well.
Yeah. We're just like, yeah, cool. I see that. Okay, I see that none of you have done anything really in the last 12 hours. Cool. Well, in that case, I have a proposition. So, if all of you would like to see, you can come outside with me.
I'm just kind of following Morgeth.
Vanessa follows Yorn outside.
I'm gonna follow behind Vanessa.
Eduardo blindly follows the group.
And
I guess I'll go too.
yeah, as all of you are walking out, you hear Eduardo kind of play something. He kind of starts to play a little bit of music, and as y'all walk outside, you see a wagon sitting out in front of the tavern, and Yorn goes, "So, it may seem a little sudden, and may not be the time, but achoo! That's canon. Yorn sneezed. Thank you. But like I was saying, as I was thinking last night about a few things, I decided that I'm going to head to the city of Hector. Hector is a very good city for learning magic. It's a very good city for making money if you're into that. Mostly of the magical arts, but you can probably find some other stuff. And it might get you out of Hestia for a time. You know, and you always come back to Hestia. You don't have to join me, but I do want to offer to all of you, if you would like to join me going to Hector, you can. We can set off as soon as you want. But if not, like I said, it's not a huge deal, but I will be heading off to Hector.
Hector.
Vanessa puts her hands up like, I'll come with you. We just gotta stop by and get some health potions first.
And maybe some fire cards.
Yeah. He goes, actually, I know perfect places to go do that. If you want to hop onto the wagon, we can head to those shops and we can get you some new stuff.
Vanessa hops up on the wagon, the front passenger seat. That where next to be Yorn. But I know he's not on there yet.
I bolt back to my room to grab my things and bolt right out.
Margo hops on the back and plays his guitar.
Ugg kind of like gets in behind Morgan, and just kind of like as he's getting, he's like, "Well, I guess you'll probably need an extra pair of hands." Now,
Yes, we will.
Of course.
I'm glad to have you.
Yep. And so all of you hop onto the wagon, and as you all hop onto the wagon, okay, so is anybody getting in the front seat? I don't know if I heard that.
Vanessa, I believe, was getting in the front seat.
Yeah, I said I was getting in front seat with Yorn, even though as I was hopping in, I knew Yorn wasn't actually up there yet, but I said I'll be up front passenger.
Yeah.
I'll be in the back.
Yeah, Yorn kind of hops in. Yorn kind of hops in and everything, and you know, like gets ready. And he's like, "Okay, is everyone aboard?" As he kind of sees, sees everybody just hopping in. Okay. Yep. Cool. He goes, I see some new faces. Would y'all like to kind of introduce them to me?
Ugg goes and just kind of does like a little bit of like a bow, and just kind of says, "I am Ugg."
Like, well, nice to meet you, Ugg. I am Yorn. I just met them not too long ago. But the people that you were with happen to be very fine, a fine group of people.
Well, thank you, Yorn.
And he's like, and what about the other one? As he looks over at Eduardo.
Thank you. I just had to do something for like the last minute. What happened?
You have hopped in a wagon and sitting in front of the tavern. The whole group is there. You're just asking you who the hell you are.
Oh, I am Eduardo El Bardo. I play the guitar. I travel with these people because I got banished from my last village for stealing their guitar.
That's rough, buddy.
He goes, well, banishment, yeah, join the club, I guess.
Yep.
He goes, okay, well,
Hang on. Yorn, did you say banishment join the club?
Yeah.
Do we have some things to unpack, Yorn?
He's like, no, because if we unpack now, we can't leave. So, please leave everything packed. It's time to go. And he just like quickly whips, and quickly whips, and the horses start to like just ride off like in a fast motion, kind of jerking you back like mid sentence and just making you just like choke on your words for a moment.
I screamed, Betsy, no!
Morgan kind of like falls over.
Vanessa regaining her things like, okay, health potions and fire cards.
And I like Morgan like jumps up from the back. Is like, hey, can we stop by a blacksmith?
He goes, yes. He goes, I know exactly where we should go. We're just heading off a bit. We'll be heading down the road a bit, and we will end up going to a place. Don't worry, I know a very good market area in which we can get everything you guys need.
After he says that, Ug's just gonna be like, okay, so I know Morgeth and I know Eduardo over here, but who are the rest of you guys?
Oh, I am, Orhide. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. And who's up front?
Vanessa says this to Yorn quickly. We are talking about that later, please. And then looks over to Ugg. It's like, Vanessa, and she reaches her hand back for a handshake. Vanessa, life cleric.
Ugg goes and shakes her hands like, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, as y'all are talking, Yorn goes, so I've noticed there's one less person than last time. Who are we missing?
We're missing Caden, but he's going to catch up eventually. Knowing him.
Oh, he's like, oh, where did Caden go off to?
This is a good question.
He was but when we left, he was still in his room for all we know. But knowing him, he'll follow us to Hector.
He's like, oh, okay. He goes, I mean, we can always go to the shops, pick up stuff, and then go back and circle for them if you want.
Yeah, probably CV's there, even there, when we circle back.
Yeah.
Yep. And so as you turn, into the little marketplace there, you see shops lined up, people, walking through. Yorn can barely get the wagon through, and as he's trying to get people to move out of the way and shimmy through, you'll start to notice a few things. You see one of the Droon's card shops. You see a couple people, out front, kind of trying to get people's attention to come in the shops. One of them yells about the best armor and weapons around. Another person screams out. It's like another person's like, "Hi!" He goes, "Hey, you good sire? Would you like some the finest shots around? We have all types of ammunition. We have all types of ranged weapons. You should come on in here. Come on!" As a guy kind of gives him a stink eye. And you see a couple general shops and everything, but this just looks like a main marketplace as you walk in, or as you're riding in.
Vanessa makes a note to the group. We should probably get more ammunition for us to actually have ranged weapons.
Ugg just kind of looks through his arrows and is like, I should be fine for now.
Well, more would never hurt.
That is correct, though.
She does have a point.
Yeah. Good idea.
I think my main pit stop's going to be the armor and weapons shop.
Should we stop at ammunition first while Morgeth goes and do his armor workshop stuff?
Yo, I need to get more guitar strings.
Where perhaps would we find those?
Probably ammunition, because bowstrings maybe would work as guitar strings. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's better than no strings.
Vanessa looks over to Yorn. We're gonna take us to the ammunition shop that we just passed. A little. How far away was that, Johnny?
It's just up the road. It's like, I don't know, like 100 feet. Yorn's trying to shimmy through, and he's like, I'm just gonna try to get the wagon through the people. If you want to go to the shops, go on ahead and get the stuff. I'll wait at the end of the street where it's where like it's a lot more empty, so we can actually get through the marketplace.
Hearing that, kind of hops out.
Vanessa gives Yorn a thumbs up before she hops out.
Morgeth hops out and starts like sprinting for the the armor and weapons place.
Eduardo just hops out.
I'll pop out too.
Yeah. So all you end up hopping out. Okay. I don't care what order you guys do this. Who wants to go first?
Should we just have Morgeth do his stuff so he can get his shit done, and then because we have more people going to the ammunition place?
However the hell you want to do it.
Yeah, Morgeth goes first.
Okay. So, Morgeth, you kind of like stumble your way to the guy, to one of the to a guy out front that's kind of mentioning about like weapons and armor, the best weapons and armor around.
So, good sir, you said you have the best weapons and armor around?
He kind of like looks over to you in a little bit of confusion. He's like, "Yes, of course. We have the best weapons and armor around. We have the strongest armor, and I'm gonna tell you, the weapons, it is pristine. Will cut through literally anything. I've even seen the nice smith himself go and test some of his swords on actual stones, like full boulders, sliced in half."
Seems like an exaggeration, but interesting enough. So I guess I'm gonna head in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you walk in. You start to walk inside, and as you kind of walk inside, the people from outside. It's kind of the marketplace seems a little more muffled, and you walk in, and you immediately get a huge stench of what like smells like just straight coal coming from inside, and you actually like feel almost like a heat wave hit you from the back of the shop. What looks like almost like a smith that's like around a corner inside, and you hear like a hammer hitting something on almost what sounds like an anvil.
I stumble back a little bit from the heat hitting me, but I go inside towards the smith.
Mm-hmm. As you're walking through, you start to see like weapons all around the walls. You see swords, war hammers. You see war axes. There's there's a whole display case of engraved daggers and short swords. You see a couple bastard swords sitting over on the back wall, and you even see a particularly fine engraved warhammer sitting like in the back, with like an emerald gem that kind of like glows as you like peek your head around the corner to see the blacksmith hammering down on a piece of metal.
Good day, good sir, I say to the blacksmith.
He kind of stops for a moment and looks at you and goes, how are you?
I'm doing just fine. How are you doing?
He goes, well, I could be a little better. You're the first person to walk in today. Business has been a little slow, but I don't know. Maybe it's the guy outside not advertising well enough. He's like, yeah, anything I can help you with?
So, my first question would be, do you have any great swords in your collection?
He goes, actually, he goes, funny enough as it is, and he kind of pulls up the, picks up the long piece of metal. He goes, this right here is going to become a great sword within next couple of hours. I'm actually doing some final touches on I'm like making the blade. I've already made the hilt and everything, so within a few hours this should be it. Other than that, I don't have any prepared.
Okay. Well, I look over at that the warhammer that you're talking that was on the wall with the gem in it. I'd like to take a look at that warhammer over there, actually.
He's like, the warhammer. He kind of walks over around the corner and he sees it and he goes, yes. I remember this. He goes, this right here splits boulders in two just with ease. It's a very, very fine weapon, probably one of my best.
Interesting. Do you think you can show me?
He goes, oh, me? He goes, I know nothing on how to swing a warhammer, but if you would like to test it, I do have a place out back that we can do this.
I would adore testing this weapon.
Yep. And so, he, picks it up, hands it to you, and goes, here you go. And, as he hands it to you, he kind of, shows you to the back. Right past the forge, is a little, metal door, and as he opens it, it reveals the back area, which is kind of fenced in. And you see just, you see back there, you see a little grindstone, a little tannery area. You also happen to see, a target with a couple of knives stuck in the side of it, and in the back corner is just a pile of just these rocks that are anywhere from 1 foot large to 5 feet large, just in the corner of about 30 feet in radius. He's like,
oh, wow.
Okay. He's like, what size rock would you like to break with this?
I think I'd like to try it on your biggest rock.
He's like, the biggest one? He goes, okay. And he goes over there and he pushes a couple rocks aside and he pulls out this great, he starts lifting this large rock. You see it's almost a 6 foot radius rock. He's just lifting and he just kind of comes over and he just drops it straight down on the ground, and as that happens you kind of feel the ground shake a bit around it as it starts to make a little divot in the ground. He's like, this right here. He's like, you want to try to smash this one?
I tremble a little bit in excitement and go, woo, yes, that one.
He goes, okay. And he goes, well, I mean, whenever you're ready, I guess go for it. He goes, I will suggest, when using this, it does, the gem itself does have magical properties, and that is what's going to help you break this. The best thing I could tell you of what people have told me that use this, like I said, I have no clue how to swing a warhammer. The best thing I could tell you is, before you swing, focus in, imagine in your mind exactly what you think the rock will look like when you're finished. Take that, imagine that, and imagine what you want the rock to look like after, and just focus on that thought as you swing.
Okay, I understand. And I look into my mind and I focus on what I want it to look like, and it's just a shattered pile of tiny little pebbles on the floor at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And so I take it and I lift it up and I try to slam it onto the boulder.
With that, you roll me a strength check.
Yes. Hang on. Wow. I got a 4.
So as you swing down, you hit the rock like as hard as you can, and it just like purely just bounces straight off, and it kind of like makes you stumble back a bit as you're like barely able to keep hold of this warhammer. And the blacksmith just goes, well, I see you weren't very focused there. Either that or you have the strength of a 9-year-old.
I sort of chuckle at that and go, no, I think that one was just a fluke. Let me try one more time.
He goes, of course. With that, roll another strength.
For the love of God, please. There we go.
What'd you get? 20?
22.
22. And so, as you take this, you really focus in your mind of like how you want it to look like pebbles. You take the warhammer, you swing down, and as you do it, you just see it basically like cut through the entire thing like butter. It breaks open, pebbles fly everywhere, and you even see a pebble like pop up and hit the blacksmith straight in his eye. And as he's clenching his eye, he goes, as he clenches his eye, he goes, I see. You can swing that.
No, you don't see. I'm sorry, I just had to say that.
He's like, you can swing that.
I open my eyes and see like the mess of destroyed rock on the floor. I look at the warhammer and back to him, and first I check on him and ask, "Sir, is your eye okay?"
He goes, he goes, don't worry, it's fine. He goes, if I lose an eye, well, I don't need an eye to make a weapon.
Yes. I think I'll take this warhammer.
He's like, okay.
How much?
It depends. How much coin do you have?
Oh my god. I know I have a couple platinum pieces. I actually don't remember exactly what all I have. I know I have at least 70 gold pieces.
According to your character sheet, you have nothing. I know you have money. Did you forget to add it into the character sheet?
Yeah.
Oh.
I didn't know how to put it in the character sheet.
I know you have. Yeah, you gotta.
I had some platinum pieces. I had 70 gold pieces at least from my other outing. Like 3 platinum pieces.
And this is how you not barter.
This is. Let's see. Okay, let me. Here, I'll put in what I believe you should have at this point.
Where do I go to put that in? Just for future reference.
On your inventory, you'll see a little on your inventory at the top right of it, you'll see a little like a little gold piece icon.
Okay.
You click on that and it'll tell you your money. Okay, refresh the page. I put in new amounts. That is your new money.
Hey.
From now on, if you forget, you don't have it.
Okay, got it. Sorry about that.
There you go.
Wow.
So, he asks you, he goes, depends. How much money do you have?
I have 3 platinum pieces, 70 gold pieces, 51 silver pieces, and 30 copper pieces.
He goes, well, this warhammer is, it's very pricey. He goes, I cannot sell it for less than 500 gold pieces. He's like, so unless you can come up with that, I do have a fine selection of other things that you can get, but that's going to be quite a hefty price in order to get that warhammer.
You have any other magical enchanted items? Like magically enchanted weapons?
He goes, well, I do have one, but I'm not sure if it would fit someone of your stature. I'm not sure if it would be very useful to you, but I can show you.
Okay, I'd like to see it.
And so he kind of like, motions you to follow as he walks inside. You see him like quickly like go behind his. Quickly goes behind like a little counter he has set up. He pulls out a bandage and kind of like wraps his head where he got hit in the eye, and then he kind of walks behind this little display of what you saw like engraved daggers and stuff like that before. And as he opens it, he kind of pulls out one of the daggers, and you see like a red glowing gem on the inside. Almost looks like a glowing ruby of some sort. He goes, this is the only other magical weapon we have in the shop. But I will warn you, this one's a little harder to control than the one you used before.
What exactly does it do?
He goes, well, let me just show you. And he takes the dagger, he pulls it up, and you see like almost a little button on the backside. And as he hits it, it shoots out the blade from the dagger, and it fires out and hits like the wall on the other side. And as he hits the button again, the dagger comes straight back into the knife, and he goes, that's pretty much what it is. It's a magical item in which you can fire. And he shoots it again, hits the wall, hits the button again, and he's like, and you can retrieve, and it comes back straight back into the hilt. He goes, other than that, it kind of does nothing else. It is very hard to use, though. He goes, because of the fact, well, if you mess up, this is what can happen. And he shoots it at you see him shoot it at a weapon rack. It hits a metal piece, bounces off, hits a sword and knocks it off the shelf, bounces over, it goes right past your head, and it just goes and bounces off the stone wall from where the forge is. He goes, as you can see, if you don't shoot it at something and it sticks, it may come back very fast. And he goes, and if I hit the retrieve button and there's something in the way, he hits it, and you just see the thing come back, and it comes back, and it just bounces off an object, bounces off another, and then it comes back, and he's able to catch it into the hilt. He goes, it will bounce around until it eventually comes back to this hilt.
That is extremely interesting. I don't know if I have that level of control, so.
He goes, yes, it does require someone with a nice skill of dexterity and sleight of hand to really understand how this weapon works.
Yes. So I think.
He kind of puts it back in the display case, and he goes, if you'd like to buy it, I can sell it to you, but he goes, I wouldn't recommend it unless you know someone who probably could actually handle it pretty well. For safety concerns.
No, I don't think I really know anybody off the top of my head that might want that.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so
he goes, well, he goes, other than that, I do have some fine weapons. Is there a certain weapon that you came in here looking for? Like a certain type of weapon? Other than the greatsword, of course.
Yes,
that will be ready in a few hours.
Yes. Will the greatsword have any magical properties?
He goes, no, but it happens to be one of the sharpest blades we have. Or it will be when I'm finished with it. Because it is my previous great swords happen to be very nice. I was able to chop a tree in half with one. He goes, yes, great swords are my specialty. Absolutely love them. He goes, so if you want to wait a bit, you can always come back. I'll let you, test it a little bit. I have some logs out back. You can attempt to chop with it. Given that you know how to use a great sword.
Yes. I think I'm going to wait for the great. I think I'm going to wait for the great sword.
He goes, of
Oh,
course.
also, do you have any armor?
He goes, yes, of course we have armor. And you kind of see him walk toward the forge a bit, and he kind of like opens a little door, and it reveals like a whole nother side of the shop. And he goes, yes, he goes, my brother makes all the armors here. He goes, well, I mean, I dabble in it a little bit, but he mostly does that. And he looks around, he goes, looks like Harold's not home. Yes. He goes, yes, this is also our home too. But he goes, yes, all types of armors in here. And since he's not here, I guess I can sell you something.
All right, then.
He's like, what kind of armor are you looking for?
I'd say something a little more heavy, like chainmail, and trying to keep myself very fortified.
He's like, yes, of course. Well, there's all kinds of stuff we really have. If you are a fan of chainmail, he goes, well, there's kind of, we've got a nice little selection of chainmail back here. He goes, it does seem that you are wearing some chainmail, though. Is there anything wrong with yours?
Well, actually, I'm wrong. I'm not in the mood for chainmail anymore. I wanted to upgrade maybe to something thicker, like a knight's armor, or...
He goes, okay. You want to be one of those chivalrous knights that goes around and fights for glory and God. Am I correct?
Pretty much, yes.
Yes, of course. Well, I can help you there. I do. I was able to help my brother a little bit on getting the leather available for this one, and he kind of like reaches around a couple armor stands and everything. He pulls out some armor and he goes, this right here, and he slaps it. He goes, this finest steel around, and I can bet you that this will not dent under any circumstance. And as he puts it, punches it, basically, brings his fist down on top of it, it kind of hits it. You see that it kind of slightly bends, but then it ricochets back into place. He goes, this steel is so great, and it's slightly absorbent to shockwaves, which is kind of nice.
How much?
He goes, this one. He goes, how much would Harold sell this for? How much do you think it should cost?
I will give you... let me see. It's 10 GP. How about I'll give you every single gold piece I have, plus a platinum piece.
He goes, well,
that may be too much.
He goes, that seems reasonable. If you would like to just buy this, as you look at it, you see it's like a heavy breastplate, like a heavy metal breastplate, and you kind of contemplate it for a moment. And he's like, however, if you want to get the rest of it, the set, it's going to be a little more than that.
How much more are we talking?
He goes, well, I can sell you the entire set for around 400 to 500 gold pieces, depending how generous you want to be. I would say 400 at a minimum.
I think I'll just take the chest plate.
Are you okay?
Since I've already seen it.
Yep. And so, he simply goes, okay, and he kind of holds out his hand for the money.
All right. remove that. Okay. Then I hand him the money.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I and I guess I take my chess piece.
Okay.
What should I do to equip that, actually? Because I don't know how.
I'm actually trying to find it for you.
Okay.
So.
So I blacksmith. So quick question: what is that great sword? How much do you think that would cost?
The great sword I am currently working on?
Yes.
He goes, well, when it's finished, probably, I don't know, with how, if everything goes well, and I can, make it, and I can make it exactly how I want to, I would probably say around 75 gold pieces. So, he goes, but if I happen to mess it up, then of course I would sell it a little less to you if you really still wanted it. But he goes, I do need to get back to it if I am to finish it in the next couple hours.
This is true. Well, I guess I will leave and return in a few hours.
Of course. I am attempting. Huh. Is that really what that is? Huh. Didn't realize that. I've learned something new about D&D.
What?
Breastplate is considered medium armor.
Oh. Huh.
About a breast.
Shut up, Junior.
You set that up for me.
Shut up, Junior.
Right?
Yeah. I did say I was going to sell you heavy armor. Do this. Check. You got rid of the money, right?
Yeah, I only have 25 gold pieces worth left.
I don't see any gold pieces.
What do you mean?
Total in GP is just the currency you have all together.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I got 2 platinum and then the silver and stuff.
Yeah. So, I'm just changing the name on this.
I'll be back 1 second.
Okay. So, if you go look at your character sheet, you'll see in your inventory you have a new breastplate.
Okay.
It is the character sheet will say chainmail, but I changed the name. It is a breastplate.
Okay. Oh yeah, I see it.
Yep. So yeah, with that, the blacksmith goes, well, is there anything else I can help you with?
No, I think I'm good, actually. I'll come back later to test out the greatsword.
He goes, of course. He goes, well, I hope to see you then. As he starts to walk over back into his forge. And so, Morgeth, do you walk outside, or are you just going to continue browsing?
I go walk outside, a little disappointed that I couldn't get that warhammer.
Yeah. So, As you walk outside, we will go back to a meanwhile to go back to Vanessa and Ugg, I believe, right?
Going to get some ammunition. Or going
Some
to
ammunition. Yeah, so y'all are heading to like the Fletcher shop, correct?
Yes.
Yep. So yeah, y'all head off to the Fletcher. You're walking through the crowd and everything, and the guy out front kind of like the guy out front kind of like turns around, starts walking to the shop as you like could barely hear him kind of like mumble under his breath. He's like, "Man, no one's gonna buy this," as he like walks inside.
Knowing full well we might buy this. Yeah, but at least Vanessa heads inside, follows after the guy mumbling.
Yeah, they're the same thing. We're both going inside, John.
Okay. So yeah, as you walk inside, you see the other guy. He kind of turns the corner, and then you see another one standing behind the counter. And you see a shop guard kind of in the corner of the room, leaning against the wall. And he's, you see this guy kind of behind the counter. He's like, you see him kind of like putting like a stick and like a piece of metal together, and start to like tie it off and everything. And as he's doing this, he kind of looks up at you and he's like, "Oh," he goes, "We have customers here. Hey, how are both of you doing?"
And then kind of like bows.
He's like, I noticed that both of you have ranged weapons. Did you by chance come here for an upgrade?
Maybe, but mostly we came for more ammunition.
He goes, ammunition. He goes, well, I'm so glad because I have made about 3 barrelfuls in the last couple of days, and not much has been bought.
Vanessa looks over at Ugg. It's like, do you think we could just? Do you want to like just buy a barrel full and just split it between us?
I mean, I don't. Ugg just kind of like looks back at her, just like, I don't see a problem with this.
I mean, we could always like if it's a high price and like platinum, we could always put our money together to get it. That way, we're splitting half and half.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Vanessa's like, how much would be 1 barrel full of arrows?
He goes, a barrel full. Well, depends on the barrel. And he goes, like there's multiple sizes of barrels here. He goes, honestly, I do it more of on the number of on the like a bundle, because I sell them, in bundles of like 20, 40, 60, stuff like that. He goes, I haven't really counted through all of the arrows in the barrel. If you give me a moment, I might be able to give you a price.
Take your time.
He goes, okay. And so he's in the back, kind of like, you see him like starting to count a few of the arrows, and then he takes a string, kind of bundles them together, puts it to the side, and he starts counting through more. And as he does that, you kind of get a nice peruse of the shop while he's doing this. You see a couple like, you see, great bows, long, you see like great bows, you see long bows, you see a couple, you see like a almost what looks like a recurve bow. It's a fancy like long bow that you see that has like a nice like instead of it just being like one long stick that's just kind of curved, you know, it looks more of like it's got like multiple curves in the stick. You see a couple crossbows in the back of the shop where the shop guard's kind of standing. You see heavy crossbows, light crossbows. You even see like a really big one, almost looks like a miniature ballista, sitting there as well. And you actually even notice that there's a little stand that he has for some Droom cards, kind of sitting there on the front. Not many, but you see a few just kind of there next to his counter.
Vanessa goes over to the heavy crossbows. because she's thinking about getting an upgrade.
Mm-hmm.
Ugg is going to kind of like stand there and like watch him kind of bundle, but like while he's bundling, Ugg's going to ask like, so why did the other guy seem so upset just a little bit ago?
As he's counting everything, he kind of looks over for a moment, and he goes, "Oh," he goes, "Yeah, don't worry about him." He goes, "That right there." He's like, "That's my cousin. He came in a couple days ago, and he needed a job, so I told him to go outside and tell people to come in. But what he didn't know is that, with someone being out there, it doesn't really change the fact that if you're not looking for arrows, you're not going to come here trying to buy some. So, yeah, we haven't really gotten much business as of late, and he thinks that it's his fault when it's really not. It's just, there's just a lack of it. Hestia seems to be fairly safe, and with the number of guards present around the marketplace, we don't tend to get much issues around here. And he points over to the little shop guard there, and he goes, the only reason he's here is just for extra security. He goes, there's always something that could go wrong. He goes, but honestly, I don't even think I need him. So, he goes, but I give him a job anyways.
Well, anyway, Ugg's just like, well, anyway, do you have anything that would be a direct upgrade to this? And he kind of, not really like pulls at the longbow, but just kind of like moves it over to like the side so more like he can see it better.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I said Ugg kind of like pulls his longbow out like a slight bit so that he can see, so that the shopkeep could see it better while he's counting the arrows. And said, do you have anything that'd be a good upgrade for this?
He goes, well, what you have is it looks like a fine bow as it is. He goes, I do have a couple longbows over there, on the far wall. So you could definitely look through those if you want. I said, but he says like, but it's like, I don't really have anything on the lines of like, I guess an upgrade, unless you maybe want to put like a better string on it or something like that. But if you're just trying to get a bow that's gonna do more than what you have, it's probably not gonna get much to it.
I was just, doesn't hurt to ask,
He goes, yeah. No, it's not an issue. He goes, I just simply make weapons. I don't make anything that it's over the top most of the time. Usually the over the top stuff is custom orders. So
understandable. And Ugg just kind of goes to like look at the longbows. Not really like looking for anything to buy, just kind of just looking out.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So Vanessa was looking at heavy crossbows. Are you just perusing through the crossbows, or are you gonna like investigate them? Like,
I'm gonna investigate them.
Roll for investigation.
Oh damn! I did myself. 18.
So, as you go through, you kind of like, investigate them closely. You don't see anything out of the ordinary, except for one of them. One of them happens to have, where the trigger is, you see that instead of one, there's actually 2 triggers there, and you see that the string is like the entire the bow part itself is slightly wider, and you see what looks like maybe a place to stick a second arrow.
Hey shopkeep, how much does this cost?
He kind of looks up for a moment, and he's just like, he goes, oh, that one. He goes, that was a custom order, but unfortunately the person hasn't been here in like a week to pick that up. So, I mean, it all depends. Like, what exactly, like, is like, what exactly do you think, it may cost? Like, anything in particular that, you think it costs? Is it kind of like, you see him kind of like, start to seem a little nervous there?
Gold pieces, maybe.
How many?
20.
He's like 20.
I know
Yeah,
that's a little bit down, but
like, it's gonna be a little more than 20.
30.
He goes, do you know how much crossbows normally? He's like, a normal heavy crossbow is about 50 gold pieces.
I've never shopped for heavy crossbows.
He's like,
that's
oh,
why.
I see. You're a little new to this. He goes, well, that one in particular is, it was a custom order. They were gonna pay me about 200, but I guess I could sell it maybe, I don't know, maybe 100 gold pieces.
Yeah, I think I'll pass on this one.
He's like, okay. As he continues to count the arrows.
Is there any other bows that pique Vanessa's interest, or no, just that one for being different?
No, that's the only one. Because you were just looking at the crossbows, right?
Yeah, heavy crossbows. Yeah.
That's the only one that like piqued your interest.
Vanessa picks up one of the other heavy crossbows, and again, it's like, how much would this one cost?
He goes, it's gonna be 50 gold pieces.
Vanessa just goes over to set it on the counter and waits for him to finish counting the arrows.
He's counting the arrows, and you put it back on the shelf. You see two like heavily armored men come in with the royal crest, going. Excuse me, we have come for the order that we had, and he kind of looks up and he goes, "Oh yes, of course." Yeah, he goes, "Yes, I could definitely help you with that." And he motions to the shop guard real quick, and the shop guard kind of lifts the little miniature ballista, like out of the corner, and puts it, and kind of like puts it in the middle of the room. The two guards kind of like start to grab it, and they pick it up, and they're like, "Yes," and like as they have it lifted, one of them looks over at the Fletcher and just goes, so he goes, did they already pay you for this? And he goes, yes, it was paid up front. And he goes, awesome. And as they're like starting to lug it out, the other guard there kind of goes, man, this is gonna be so cool putting this on the back of a wagon. He goes, shut up. And they turn it sideways, and they're barely able to get it out the door, but they're able to lug it out.
Part of me feels like they're not the ones who ordered it. Oh, but Johnny, I want to say that I did put it on the counter, not back where it was.
Okay.
Because I thought I heard you say I put it back to the shelf.
Counter, shelf, same fucking thing, basically.
Okay. No, I'm pretty sure we're just both browsing until he gets the arrows counted.
Yeah. Yeah, the entire time I've been trying to figure out the exact number of arrows per bundle, and I've gotten literally nothing. So the price I may give you may be a little much.
If you want, we can always do a meanwhile to Orilo.
Meanwhile to Orilo, as I'm counting this. Orilo, you are walking up on the card shop, I'm correct, right?
It's
Okay. So as you walk up at the card shop, you You don't see anybody really out. You don't really see anybody out front. So you immediately like get a peer inside. But before you step in, you hear someone kind of like slam their fist down, and as soon as you get a peek, you see someone like pissed off storms like out the door with a bunch of cards in his hands, and you see like somebody walk up to the door, and he's just like, "Hey, bro!" He's like, "Come on, man!" He's like, "That's no fun." And he sees you almost eye to eye, as he's like up about up these little 2 steps in that go into the building, and he's just like, "Oh," he goes, "Hello, Goliath. How are you?"
Good. How are you on this fine morning?
He goes, "A gentleman, Goliath. Awesome." He goes, I mean, I was doing great until, this buffoon out here decided he wanted to step out on our nice game of Droons. He goes, have you ever played the game of Droons?
Sadly not. I usually get cards from Destiny. I show him my ballista. I mean, my blunderbuss.
Blunderbuss. Yeah. He goes, of course. And he goes, "Well, in that case, I can show you inside." And he kind of like steps back to allow you to enter, and he starts to walk in.
Yeah. Go in and take a look around.
Yeah. So you go in, you start looking around, and he kind of like starts showing you. He's like, "We have all types of cards here. We even have some unofficial rules cards, which can be very nice." He looks around. He looks around it, and you look around. You see a corner of just a bunch of master cards kind of set out. You see double cards also like in the section next to it, and then you see like a whole display case of just rune cards, just plastered all in. He goes, "Hey," he goes, "everyone needs rune cards, and I will tell you," he goes, "I can get you as many as you need. What type of rune cards are you looking for?"
Mainly fire, maybe a few others for other like common day convenience.
He goes, "Of course." And so he kind of like goes through and like pulls out you see like a whole pack of cards he has, or like almost like a whole deck of them. He kind of like slaps them down, spreads them out, and they're all just fire cards. And he goes, "Well, these are a nice selection of fire cards I have. Of course there are others, but yes, they're I have a ton of them, so with however many you need, I can definitely get it to you."
See, so how much per card?
He goes, "Well, it's going to be 1 gold piece per card." He's like, "If you would like a cheaper option, I'm not sure if you're a person of the magical arts." He goes, "I do have some empty tarot cards over here. You can buy 3 for 1 silver piece, and of course, 1 silver piece extra for each 3 that you buy." He goes, "You can go and inscribe these yourself, or have someone inscribe it for you, however you want to do that. But he goes, I do have those options available if you know somebody that's into the actual like Droons magic."
Well, I guess I have started learning how to draw fire runes.
He's like, "Oh."
It's
He goes, "Well, the empty tarot cards might be a better option, but let's be honest, who wants to go through all that hassle? You have to sit there and just keep drawing card after card after card. So honestly," he goes, I could just whip you up a bunch of fire cards right here. I can get you a nice selection of these."
tarot cards. So
What?
just so
Sorry, what did you say? You cut out.
oh, sorry. How much are the tarot cards? So
He said
anyway.
the fire rune cards, each one is 1 gold piece.
The how much are the blank cards?
The blank ones is 1 silver piece per per 3 of them.
Okay. I guess I'll take 20 fire cards. So now I put 10 more gold pieces down and as many blank cards as this can get me.
Okay, so you put down 10 gold pieces?
I put down a total of 30 gold pieces. So.
Oh, 30. Okay. He kind of like takes a moment and he's just like, oh well, okay. He quickly shuffles up and counts them. He gets you 20 fire cards, slaps them on the counter next to the gold pieces, and then he takes out a couple packs of the empty tarot cards that he has sitting around, and he grabs them, starts counting them, and he goes, so you want to do 10 gold pieces worth of this?
Yes, please.
Yeah, and so he counts it for a moment and everything, and he eventually, gets to 100, and he goes, "Yep, that's 100." He goes, you'll be getting 100 blank tarot cards and 20 fire rune cards." He's like, "Is that all I can help you with?"
Yep. Thank you for your business.
Like, no, thank you. It's great having somebody that's somebody that comes in and buys cards. And people don't understand how important the Drune's cards are around here. So if you ever see anybody out there that needs to buy some Drune cards, send them to the Drune's card shop in Hestia, because we have the best cards around.
Keep a note of that.
Okay. And he goes, well, have a fine day.
You too. I walk out of the store, but...
Yep. And with you walking out, Eduardo, what are you doing in this time?
He wants to find extra guitar strings, if I remember correctly.
I'm trying to look for extra guitar strings. I was informed that I can use the strings from bows.
Yeah, so you step out and you actually do see, you find a person kind of standing out front of one of the shops, and you see him playing a lute. He's kind of sitting out there just playing some like random music, and as he's playing the music, he kind of sees you. He stops for a moment, he looks up, and he's just like, "Ah, I see. Oh, I have another musical genius joining me today."
Hola, ¿cómo está? Me llamo Eduardo Alberto. I am trying to look for new guitar strings. I heard that you have some.
He goes, yes, we have plenty. We have all types of instruments, things you need to as replacements in case your strings break or anything. He goes, it's inside. He goes, the guy inside can help you with all of that.
Okay, gracias, thank you. Eduardo heads inside.
And so as you go inside, you see, a nice selection. You see guitars, lutes. You see like the bagpipes in the corner. You see like other mystical weapons like pan flutes and stuff like that. Just kind of, or mystical instruments, not fucking weapons. God damn, maybe they are weapons. I don't know at this point. But you see all types of instruments around, and like as you start walking in toward the counter, you start to see like near the counter a whole shelf like next to it of just like you see like random strings sitting out. You see like some brass instruments kind of off to the side, and like as it happens, you see the other guy, you see someone like come around the corner from behind a little wall there, like of instruments, and he kind of comes around the corner and he goes, hello, he goes, how can I help you? He goes, oh, I see you have a guitar. You by chance trying to come here finding anything for to suit up your guitar?
Yes, I just wanted to walk around and look at stuff. That's all.
He was okay.
Eduardo heads around the corner, and then I check to see if there's anybody watching me. Is there anyone watching me?
The guy you just talked to literally watches you go around the corner, and like as you take a step, he's just like, excuse me, what are you doing?"
I just said that I'm just gonna be looking at stuff.
He's like, "Yes, but that's not that's our storage room. That's not the shop. Can you please stay in the shop?"
Hey. Okay. Well, there goes my fucking chances. I would like to buy 1 pack of blue guitar strings.
He goes, "Yes." He said it's going to be 2 silver pieces. So, 2 silver pieces, please. Inventory, top right of the inventory. You'll see the little gold piece icon. You click on that, and you'll see how many you have.
I don't have any.
Okay, then what you do is you give him a gold piece, and then you take 8 silver pieces back, because it's a 10-to-1 ratio.
I don't have any gold pieces.
You don't have any money?
Why do you think I went around the corner?
I don't know how you can
I'm sorry, Holmes, but it looks like you're broke.
Can I head outside for a second?
Like, yeah, he goes, of course, I guess.
Eduardo asks the others if they have any silver pieces.
Okay, so you walk out. Which shop are you walking to?
Where are the others at?
Morgeth is
outside.
Morgeth has just walked out of the armorer shop. Vanessa and Ugg are in. They're in the Fletcher shop, I believe, still. And O'Rilo has just walked out of the Droon's card shop. They're all pretty much together, so no matter which direction you go, you'll see someone.
I'll just head over to Morgeth.
Okay.
Morgeth, I need some help.
What do you need, good friend?
I need you to help me steal some guitar strings.
Wait, you're serious?
Yeah, Holmes. This guy's trying to jip me for some guitar strings. I'm not gonna take it.
How much did he charge you for these guitar strings?
How much was it again?
Roll a history check.
What?
Roll a history check.
Johnny, I think that answered the history check.
20.
He got a 20. Okay, yeah, it was 2 silver for a pack of guitar strings, essentially.
It was 2 silver for a pack of guitar strings, essentially.
You're going to steal a pack of guitar strings that's worth 2 silver pieces.
Yeah, I don't have any money. What you say, Holmes?
Eduardo, what would I do without you? I gotta walk to the guitar string store.
Yeah. You distract them, and then just lead them around the corner real quick, and then I'll take the strings, and then maybe we can beat them up.
Eduardo, we're not going to jump the store owner. I'm going to buy you guitar strings for you.
Hey, fine. What are you saying, Holmes?
So I go into the guitar string, like the shop or whatever, and just purchase the guitar string out.
Yeah. So you walk in, you ask for the guitar guitar strings, and he goes, yes. Somebody just came in here about that, and I assume Eduardo's following you, right?
Yeah, but I mean, maybe, I don't know.
Eduardo, are you following him?
Yeah, with definitely no harmful intent.
Yes. And so, you go in, you just ask for it. He simply just, sells it to you for 2 silver pieces.
Okay, I take it and I give it to Eduardo. We don't steal.
steel. I love steel strings.
Yeah, I know the only reason you did not is because I paid for the strings, so I'm like whispering this.
Whatever, Holmes. Whatever, Holmes. I get it. Goody two shoes. Thank you for the strings, though.
I'm gonna pretend like I did not hear that, but you're welcome. And I guess Morgan's just gonna walk back out of the store.
Eduardo leaves the store too, but gives the shop owner a mean stare.
Okay. So you'll walk outside. So are y'all heading back to the cart? O'Rilo, Morgeth, Eduardo, are all three of you heading back to the cart?
Would I actually have time to check and see that if that armor is gonna have another great sword, or am I gonna run out of time for that?
It is like talking about the weapons, the blacksmith you were talking to before.
Yeah, the guy that was making the great sword. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been like a total of like 5 minutes since you just talked to him.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you can go back and ask, but it's been like 5 minutes.
I might go back and ask how much the helmet costs.
Okay.
I mean, I've got the equivalent of like 25 gold pieces. I'm gonna see if I can like charisma him into giving me the helmet.
Okay. I guess you walk back there.
I guess I take a look down at my chainmail and decide to go to the blacksmith to.
Yeah. Okay. Eduardo's still following Morgeth, correct?
Yes.
Where the fuck are you? I heard you like from the depths of the abyss screaming out, "Ah, yes!"
Damn.
Is Eduardo taking a sheet?
Hey man, it's kind of saucy in here. You got some extra toilet paper?
God damn it. Okay, I guess Eduardo's following you. So you head back, and O'Rilo ends up joining you, on the way. And so you'll walk in, and you hear, you can barely hear as you walk in. You can hear instead of like a hammering like you heard before, you start to hear like a grinding, like almost like a grindstone, like as you walk in.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna go and walk up towards the blacksmith again and ask him how much for the helmet.
So you walk through, you go around the corner a bit, and you see, you're looking at the forge and it's empty, but you see the back door open and you hear a grindstone out back.
Okay,
Like the blacksmith is in the back.
I guess I'm gonna attempt to head towards the back.
Mm-hmm. So you step out and you see him with the blade. You see him with the blade. It's in the hilt, and he, you see him sharpening it as he's sitting there, like stomping on the grindstone and everything, and he doesn't hear you whatsoever as you come up.
Oh. I approach carefully behind him and like give him a light tap on the shoulder to try to get his attention.
As you do that, it kind of like jolts him up a little bit off the grindstone, and you see like as he's doing that, you see him like tilt the great sword a bit, and you immediately see like a lot more sparks than you saw a moment ago, and you hear like a loud screech as he like stands up and he realizes it's you, and then he looks back at the great sword and he's like, "Shit!" It's yes. How can I help you?
Well, first off, I want to say I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you jump like that, and potentially mess up the great sword. Quick question: how much for the helmet of the same armor set that I bought this chest piece from?
He goes, I would. He's like, I don't know. I'm not. He's like, probably like the same amount that you bought that one for. Like,
Well, I mean, it is a smaller piece of armor. I was wondering maybe if we could cut a little deal. Maybe the equivalent of 25 gold pieces, and I try to use like, I'm not gonna like draw it out or anything. I'm just gonna like try to persuade him.
yeah. Roll for persuasion.
All right. I got a 4.
He kind of looks at you like already pissed off, and he's like, I'm sorry, but I cannot sell you that for any less. He's like, I may have undercut the price beforehand with the breastplate. He's like, but if you excuse me, I need to get back to work on this. As he like sits back down, and you see him kind of like examine the greatsword again to see what happened.
I kind of just want to like watch how he's forging the sword for a few minutes.
Okay. He, you see him examine it a bit. He kind of like takes his finger, he takes his finger along the flat side of the blade, and he kind of, once he kind of finishes doing that, he's like, well, I mean, I guess this could be fixed. And as he does that, you see him start pedaling, or start, stepping down in this little pedal, makes the grindstone spin, and as he takes the sword, he kind of angles it. He angles it in kind of an odd fashion. You look at it and it seems like it's unreasonable, like to put that much of an angle. And as he does that, you see like the sword, you see the sword blade kind of, where it had looked like it almost dulled before, start to sharpen out again. And as it happens, you as he's sitting here, grinding it down for a few minutes, he eventually stops. He looks at the sword and he goes, well, all I gotta do is just do some final touches, and I think it's ready to test. And he kind of steps up. He steps up from the grindstone, and he moves right past you, walks inside, and he takes the entire thing and puts it. He's got a little table in there. It's got like it's almost like think of it like a tannery table almost. It's got leather all over it and everything. He puts it on there, kind of wraps the little leather cloth that's across the table like around the blade, and as he pushes down on it, he pulls the blade out, and as it happens, you see that the little dust particles and stuff like that was on there before kind of like go completely off. It looks super shiny, and like he pulls it out. He kind of holds it up, and he goes, "Yep." And it seems like that is fine. And as he turns it upside down, you see the metal blade kind of you see like where the metal blade got put in the hilt. There's a little like stubble point that's off the other side. He reaches over to like almost like the bottom of a metal hilt, whatever the hell it's called. It's more of like in an octagon shape, and he takes it, it's nicely engraved. He slaps it on there, and then you see him like grab a little mallet that he has, and he just kind of like bangs it a few times. You hear like a nice ting ting ting, and then after about three or four hits, it seems like it's firmly on there. He kind of gives it a nice tug to make sure it's there, and as he picks it up, he kind of does some light swings, and he goes, "Yes, I do see that this I do see that this is going to be a fine sword. And
Quick question, Johnny.
what?
Did you mean to say pommel?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you mean
Is that
pommel?
what it's called? Is the pommel?
Yeah, it's called a pommel.
Okay.
Yeah, the pommel is like the very end bit of the blade.
Yes. Yeah, it's the pommel. Yeah. I couldn't figure out what the name of it was, but it's that piece.
Yeah, I forgot it first.
Yeah, you usually have like a hand guard. Then you've got your handle.
Yeah, I knew about the hand guard and all that and the handle, but I just didn't know about the pommel. Yeah. So, yes. But he kind of like admires the sword for a moment, and he goes, "Well, time to go test it." And he walks out back.
Can I test it?
He goes, "Well, just for safety reasons, I will do it first.
Okay.
That and also because I always like to be the first one to swing the swords." And so you see him stack a couple logs on top of each other. You see he stacks about 4 logs on top of each other, and the second log is about eye height to him. He swings the sword in kind of like a down angle fashion, hits the log at eye level, kind of sweeps down into it, partially chopping the log underneath, and just completely going through it like butter, almost like you didn't even see him actually hit the log. It went straight through, and after a moment, you start to see it like inch down, and the top log pretty much splits in half, and like the top 2 logs fall, but the ones underneath just stay completely still as the rest of it collapses.
I look back and just let her a little, just of excitement. And
Yes, he's like, yes, this ended up having a nice blade to it.
Sir, I'd like to make you an offer on this greatsword.
He's like, okay, and what is your offer?
I'd like to trade you every single piece I have, plus my old greatsword for that sword. You can probably refurbish it, use my old sword for metal, whatever you need to use it for. I am begging you for the sword.
He kind of like looks over at your sword and he goes, that does seem kind of nice. He goes, well, with the great sword there, I say I could probably knock off about 35 gold pieces with that sword. I'd say if with that sword, I'd say about 40 gold pieces would be for this sword.
So people came with me on into the shop, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I was busy browsing.
Oh, Rilo, can I get some help? I have 25 gold pieces in total.
Luckily for you, while you're away, we were able to win some gold. Here's some gold that you need.
Hey man, just steal it.
How am I supposed to steal it? He has it in his hand right in front of me.
I don't know. Ask him nicely.
Okay, thanks, O'Rilo. I appreciate the gold pieces. Oh, wait, how many did you hand over?
Let's see. How much? Let's see. I hand over the amount that you need. I guess I forgot how much you need.
It's about 15.
Okay, I hand you 50 gold.
Alright, I'm gonna add 15.
Oops.
That's 5. Alright, so then I hand him pretty much everything I have.
Okay. And then your greatsword?
And then my old greatsword.
Cool. So as you do that, I'm going to put the new one in your inventory. And you just take the old one out. So yeah, he simply goes, okay, it looks like we have a deal then. And he, hands you the new greatsword as you hand him the old one.
All right. So I guess I'm just gonna Really empty out all my pieces then.
Yeah, pretty much. You're broke.
All right, fine with me. I don't care. I got cool armor and swords.
Yeah, going ahead and like, take a moment to read that, because we need to go back. We need to go back to Ugg and Vanessa.
Okay,
Do we probably got to count?
Hell no. But I'll figure something out. So, do. Fuck.
I'll remove it from my inventory. Hey, John, how do I remove my old greatsword from my inventory? Oh, manage inventory.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was for, but okay. So the guy, he's been going through, he's been counting for a while, and he goes, okay. He goes, I think I can tell you how much this barrel's gonna cost.
Let's hear it.
He goes, well. He goes, I've got around 500 arrows in this barrel, and I sell them in bundles of 20 for gold piece each. And so they're going to be 25. So 25 gold pieces for the barrel. He goes, however, these are not exactly the best arrows around. He goes, I found out that I don't exactly have, he goes, I don't have like the good ones anymore. We've had a few orders in the last few days, a few custom orders for a bunch of arrows, and I have gotten kind of low on arrowheads. So if you can find a supply of those, I'll gladly just give them to you. But yeah, unfortunately, these are the only ones I have, and you look at them and they're like simple like stone arrowheads that have been like slapped on sticks.
Vanessa looks over to Ugg. Like, do we just want to buy them, or do we want to actually go look for a supply?
I mean, they'll fire, right?
He's like, well, yeah, they'll fire. He's like, I've tested a few of these myself. He goes, but he's like, I don't know how they're gonna do all the time. He's like, a normal arrow, it's nice, pristine, hits the target pretty often, as long as you aim it. He goes, but I don't know, these are a little for legal reasons, they're not the best. Yeah, he goes, my cousin, has been going around saying we have the best arrows, but yeah, unfortunately, while looking through this, I could not find any of those. I could not find any of my metal arrows. I am still trying to put them together. He's like, if you want to wait a while, I might be able to get a few together.
I'm willing to wait for a little bit for a couple of better arrows.
Yeah, I'm willing to wait too. We still gotta drop by, get some health potions, and pick up Kid.
He goes, okay. He goes, not an issue. He said the other arrows, on the other hand, a bundle of 20 is going to be about like 10 gold pieces. So, just, he's like, those are the good arrows. So
5 gold. How many of those bundles you got? Just the one, or the good arrows?
The good arrows? He goes, we don't even have a bundle yet. He said, but if we get started, we probably can have at least 3 within the next hour.
Then I would like to just purchase this crossbow, this heavy crossbow first, and then we'll be back later to pick up those bundles.
Okay. And, yeah. So, but you said you were buying some?
I said I was going to buy the crossbow, but we'll come back to buy the arrows later.
You're gonna buy the crossbow.
Yes, the heavy crossbow that I put on the counter a while back.
Okay. The normal one, right?
Yeah, the 50.
Okay. The 50 gold piece. Okay. He goes, okay. If you would like to buy that, then it's gonna be 50 gold pieces.
Vanessa slides 50 gold pieces onto the counter.
Yep. He counts through it for a moment. And he goes, okay. He goes, enjoy the crossbow.
So is it
Very
just
cool.
a?
It's a normal heavy crossbow.
Heavy crossbow. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Vanessa puts the crossbow on her back and then walks out.
Okay. So, as you go out, let's see, Ug's following you, correct?
Yeah,
I assume
Ugg is,
so. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, so you all walk outside, and, as you walk outside, you see Yorn has, like, gotten the wagon, like, right in front of the shop that you guys are at, and he's like, and he looks over and he's like, hey, y'all finished for the day?
Not exactly. We're gonna come back here for the arrows, the metal arrows that he's working on now, and then, but first, we gotta go health potions and maybe go pick up Caden.
He goes, okay, he goes, health potions, it's gonna be down the street, so that empty place that I'm planning on, waiting, he goes, if you go down there, and then to the right, down a block, there's gonna be a little, you're gonna see like a little like shop with the huge potion sign out front. It's hard to miss.
Vanessa gives him the thumbs up and then then she looks at Ugg like, Ugg, would you care to join me, or are you gonna?
Yeah, I'm just following Vanessa right now.
Yeah. So y'all head down. You end up going down. You know, you take a right, and you see the sign out front. And as you guys are going, and you know you're heading up to the front of the shop, you start to see like a couple like weird like items in the windows. And it almost looks like it almost looks like for a moment that like somebody's like staring straight out the little glass window up front, like straight at both of you. But then it like disappears all of a sudden as you come up to the door.
Well then.
Do you think the store owner is just creepy and just haven't had a lot of business, so he was staring at waiting for someone to come in, or do you think that was just our mind playing tricks at us?
I mean, this is a magical shop, right?
Yeah.
So it may have just been some magic gone awry.
Probably. Vanessa heads inside.
Ugg's following Vanessa.
Yeah. As you walk inside, you start to you start looking around. It seems like a little. That is the wrong fucking music to be playing right now. Okay. So you walk inside. You start. You know, it starts to seem, you know, a little weird. Like this, you know, it doesn't look like a normal like potion shop or anything. You know, you see knickknacks all around. You see like random, like almost like fake magic. And you hear like a rustle, like someone's moving in the back behind a little shelf.
Vanessa calls out, "Hello."
You don't get any response, but you do hear another rustle, like to your left behind another shelf.
She looks over at Ugg, she looks over at Ugg. It's like, what? She just gives a questioning look to Ugg. I can't even think of what to say.
Ugg kind of like looks confused at her.
All of a sudden, like, the door slams behind you as both of you have, like, fully entered.
Vanessa jumps a bit, but that's about it. And it's like, hello?
You hear like a random voice, like you hear a random voice like off in like the back corner. It's like, so you've come into my shop, have you?
Yeah, we're looking for some health potions.
Health potions. Well, we've got those. As you start to like look around the corner, and you see like an old lady just like sitting in like a rocking chair.
Vanessa's just like, yes, she like now that she's not like hello, but she's like, yes, so how much health potions do you got?
He's like, well, it depends on what you're looking for exactly. Are you looking for, health potions to heal to heal somebody who has just gotten a nice scratch on their leg? You want one to heal a sword wound, or are you looking for one that pretty much raises the dead?
The heal sword runes, probably.
Probably not as powerful as the Raise the Dead, but
Yeah. Powerful
She's like, oh, I see. You two think that the dead should stay in the ground. Well, good on you two. Seems like this world's not totally full of crazies. And as like she stands up, she kind of like takes two like really fast steps towards you and just like, not like me. You see, I've got all kinds of crazy things happening around here. And, well, I could indulge you in all of that, but I think it's just better if I help you get what you need and get you on your way. So, she kind of like waddles over to like a counter, or to one of the counters there, and she rummages around. You hear a poof, and then all of a sudden she brings out. She like reaches from under the counter, pulls up a nice selection of like 3 to 4 like health potions. She goes, well, these are the different types of health potions I have.
Vanessa takes a step closer to inspect them.
Roll me inspection. Well, actually, roll me Arcana for this.
Yo, Johnny's finally pulling out Arcana again.
Damn, that's a 0.
You got a 0?
Oh my god.
So you look at them, and other than, you look at them, and they all basically look the same. They're just bottles full of like this red glowing liquid inside of them.
Vanessa's like, hey, can you please inspect these?
Can Ugg roll Arcana to see if he can help?
Sure.
Cool. Roll an Arcana. 13. At least better than it.
So you look through this stuff, and you notice that like you know that all of them are health potions. There's 2 of them though that stick out. Like one of them like is a common one that you know, and then there's another one there that seems like it's a lot more similar to the common one, but you're not sure if it's stronger or weaker.
Okay, so there's the common and there's one that's kind of like it, but it could be anything.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask? I'm gonna ask about the one that's like the common one.
So as you ask, she goes, she's like, well, it's kind of the same. I mean, what exactly do you want to know about it?
I mean, something feels off when I look at it.
Like, well, of course, it's magic. Everything feels off with magic.
I look at Vanessa and just trying to what do we do now?
Did I tell her that about the common ones and the next to normal, almost common ones, or does she still just in the dark right now?
Sure. Let's say that Ugg did tell her.
Okay, then Vanessa's gonna say let's just buy the common ones and the common ones. We'll just buy those.
The common ones and the ones that are similar. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And yeah, the lady just goes, "Okay, they're gonna be 50 gold pieces each."
Vanessa just looks over at Ugg like, how much gold you got, Ugg? Because I only got 67 gold pieces.
I've got a bit, but I was hoping to save that.
She's kind of waiting. She's like, "You make me wait any longer, I'm gonna up the price."
Do you got any more weaker ones? Are these the weaker ones?
She's like, "You wanted weak ones? Well, I don't know how to help you on that." you see, like, why would you come here if you wanted anything weaker?
Okay, fine. I'll buy the common one. Vanessa slides 50 gold pieces onto the table.
It's like, she goes, "Perfect," and she kind of like, she slides the common one, and like takes the gold pieces, puts everything away, and she's like, and she goes, "Okay, well, since I guess that's all. Are y'all planning on buying anything else, or?"
Vanessa just looks over to Ugg. I'm like, I'm done. How about you?
Ugg just kind of like looks at Vanessa. Is like, well, I'm also planning on buying the arrows back there, so I'm gonna hold off.
Like, well, if that's the case, get out! Go! Shoo! I don't need you in here if you're not gonna buy anything. Goodbye! Go! As she like starts like moving towards you and like trying to shoo you off.
Okay, we're going. Vanessa walks off. Also, what would the health potion be? Or just, what do I add?
It's a normal health potion.
I'm looking at potions. Just potion of healing.
Yeah, it's potion of healing.
Greater, because that's the only one I'm seeing.
Oh, what? No, it's a normal potion of healing. Here, I'll add it.
Thank you.
I'll put it to your equipment. Enjoy.
Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, so she ends up, kind of making you scurry out the door, and as y'all get outside, she kind of stops for a moment, and she goes, "I'm sorry. That was mean of me. I shouldn't have tried to scurry y'all off. But yeah, if you don't have money, please don't come back." And slams the door.
Well,
So, yeah, and then y'all are gonna head back for the arrows, right?
yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, we're gonna go get Caden first because it's gonna take an hour for the arrows.
Okay. So y'all end up walking back, and you see Yorn on the wagon. He just got it past the last group of people, and he's like coming up around the corner essentially to stop.
Vanessa's like, "Yorn, my friend."
He's like, "Oh man, what is it now? I mean, sorry. Hey, how are you?"
We got a lot of stuff to talk about once we get to Hector, or on the way to Hector.
Okay.
Anyways,
Like he looks exhausted at this point, just kind of like he's just sitting there like he all slumped.
Could you take us back to the inn so we can go see if Caden's there, please?
He looks back at the crowd of people he just came through, and he's just
Okay.
like,
You know what? Never mind. You go find the others. Me and Ugg here will walk through.
he's like, you know what? I think I'll stay right here. 'Cause
Yeah,
that was the
you
plan.
do that, Yorn. Just stay right there
Mm-hmm.
and relax. Take a nap if you like.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go get Caden ourselves.
Okay.
Just make sure to have the cart stolen.
Yeah. I'll the cart will be safe. And he like does a salute and goes, aye, bird person. And like with that, you see him like slouch back in the wagon seat.
So we're off to go get Caden.
Yep.
And as y'all start walking off from the wagon, like into the crowd of people, you can like you hear like a snoring from the wagon, just like.
The real question is Dominic here to actually play now.
Is he?
So yeah, y'all are heading back. Let's tune back to Arilo and Morgoth. Morgoth just got the greatsword and everything. Arilo was browsing. Arilo.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything you were browsing specifically for? Yes, no, maybe?
I was wondering if you had anything sort of I am not sure what it is. Let's see. Oh, it says it's a splint kind of armor. It's not
like,
much.
splint armor. He goes, well, we do have that. It's like, what were you trying to? What were you trying to like, see, like, exactly? Like, do you want to look at a full set? Do you want to look at just a piece?
I guess I would like a piece of it.
It's like, okay. And so, he walks over and he walks over to one of the he walks in, he goes to one of the armor stands, got some splint mail there. And as he's looking at this, as he's pulling off the splint armor, he kind of pulls off the breastplate there, or the chest plate of splint armor, and he puts it over there on the counter, and he goes, well, it is a nice set of splint armor. He goes, I don't know how my brother's gonna I don't know how he's gonna feel about me selling this. This is the only one he's got.
Well, I can give you the chainmail that I have on me, including I'm pretty sure I might have 100 gold on me.
It's like, well, I mean, if you want to do that, he's like, that'll definitely help. He goes, well, with the chainmail, I could probably knock off maybe, like 55 gold pieces. He's like,
I see. How much will that add up in total then?
he said, so you just wanted one piece?
Yes.
He goes, okay, well, what piece are you looking for? Like, the chest, like the torso piece? You looking for some arm guards? Like, what type, what are you looking for exactly?
Guess the chest piece. So
Like, okay. He goes, well, let's do that. He kind of, you see him like for a moment, kind of just sit there and like figure it out in his head. Well, he goes in total. I think it's probably gonna be around with the full set of chainmail that you have. It would probably be around 45 gold pieces on top of that.
okay, here we go.
He's like, are you like the adventuring type? You know, someone that goes out looking for adventures.
Yeah, on the occasion, and looks like we're going on a journey into an unknown place. Well, at least unknown to me. Yo.
He goes, if you plan on using this stuff in combat, he goes, my suggestion is keep the chainmail. Because if you're giving up your chainmail for this, well, you're giving up a lot of armor. So you'd be giving up all of your arm guards, your like the chainmail that wraps around your head. You are getting rid of all of the, all your basically your chainmail pants and everything. Like, that's a lot of chainmail to get rid of. Are you sure you want to go with it? It's like, he said it's just a suggestion, it's just a suggestion. You don't have to go with it. I'll gladly sell it to you. But, as a person that, used to actually go out exploring myself, it's a little better to have more armor than to have the best armor.
I guess. So you're right. If I wanted a bit less armor, might as well be something more I can use. Have any like you have like any like what is your like best medium armor or
well, he kind of like looks around the room and he's like, man, he goes, well, I can't really tell you what's the best armor we have. I'm not exactly the expert on that. That is my brother. I have no clue when he is going to get back. So, if you feel like waiting for his return, he'll probably be back a little later, but I can't tell you what would be the best armor.
I see you. Okay, then. I guess I'll come back later.
Okay.
If I can.
He's like, yeah, of course. We're open all day today, so feel free to come back whenever you want. And if my brother's here, I'll gladly get him to talk to you, and see about armor upgrades.
This whole time I'm just sitting there just staring at my new greatsword. Also, John, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
It says in my armor, like the breastplate that I got, that it needs attunement.
Yes, you have to spend at least an hour attuning to it. So during like a rest of some kind, you spend at least an hour just attuning to that.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, you can't use its full potential unless you attune to it.
All right. So when, can I do that now?
Next time that you're resting.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So, Arilo, Morgeth, where's Eduardo actually? Where's Eduardo?
Wait, where is he?
Has he been following these two the whole time, just standing there?
Eduardo's just back of the store.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you looking at anything, or are you just chilling?
I'm just chilling.
Okay. So, are all three of you leaving the store now, or?
Yes.
Yeah. Eduardo kind of tired.
Microaggression.
So,
Oh, wow.
That's exactly why. Finally, so I got it.
damn it.
I don't know. I kind of tired.
Yeah, so I guess all three of you head out. Morgath with new great sword and piece of armor. Arilo with new knowledge, and Eduardo with his new reference. All of you walk out of the store, and all of you notice you see, like, to your left down the street some, you see Vanessa and Ugg walking away from the market, and then to your right you see down the street at the very end you see Yorn, what looks like for him to be like slouched over asleep inside the cart.
I'm gonna start going towards Vanessa and Ugg.
I'll follow.
Is Eduardo going to follow too?
Yeah, man. Eduardo gonna follow.
Okay. Yeah, so all three of you meet up. You'll end up catching up to Vanessa and Ugg that are, walking down the street.
All right, I'm just gonna like walk up and approach and ask them like how their shopping went. What all did they buy?
We're gonna go back to buy 3 bundles of arrows, right, Ugg? It was 3?
Yeah, he said that he'd have 3 ready in a bit.
Yeah. But first I got scammed out of 50 gold pieces for a health potion because an old lady tried to raise the price on me from 50 gold pieces. That was her starting price, and I didn't want to go any lower because, she was being weird, creepy.
Yes.
She's like, "Oh, hey, you want to buy potions to bring back the dead?" I'm like, "No, because the dead are lucky. The dead are the lucky ones, anyways."
You make a very fair point. And also, necromancy is kind of against natural law, so ugh. Anyway, I would have probably tried to at least bargain with this lady, but
Yeah, but she was like rushing us. So
yeah.
you bought the 1 potion, and now we're off to go get Caden, if he is at the tavern or inn.
I see. All right, then fine. Let's go pick up Caden.
Our favorite rogue. Our only rogue.
Yep. So all of you spend a little bit walking, and after about like 15-20 minutes of walking, y'all end up back at the tavern, where y'all enter, and upon entering, like, you immediately get a huge smell of just straight booze, and you see people in there kind of like doing like a midday party. As you start to hear music, you hear laughter, everybody's everybody's in there, having like a genuinely good time as you walk in.
Vanessa goes up to the barkeep to see if he's seen Caden yet or not.
As you ask him, he goes, "No, I have not seen your friend come out of his room. He's been, I guess he's been up there the entire time."
Okay,
I hope he's handling this well.
That kind of sounds familiar if he hasn't came out yet and the door's closed, so let's hope it's not another situation.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Okay, so Vanessa heads up the stairs to go to Caden's door.
Yep. As you get up there, you notice that the door is locked.
Doesn't Vanessa still have the key?
Yeah, but Vanessa knocks first.
Mm-hmm. You knock. Does this wake up Caden?
Vanessa just hears complete silence.
Vanessa knocks again, but louder.
Still more silence.
Yo, maybe I should play a song.
You know what? Eduardo. Well, I can't pronounce stuff.
Eduardo.
Eduardo.
I have a speech.
Where is?
Anyways, Vanessa's like, yes, Albardo, please play us something.
Wait. What is our friend's name here?
Caden.
Okay. Wake up, Caden. Wake up, Caden. You have no allowances. Wake up, Caden. Wake up, Caden. I don't know, man. I'm kind of tired. I don't know if I can go longer.
I proceed to unlock and open the door. And then, not even really thinking about it, just tossing a coin towards Eduardo.
Hey, yo, look, a coin. I can get new guitar strings now.
There you go.
Vanessa seeing the door open, it's like, hey, Caden, do you mind coming out of your little depression cave?
What day is it?
It's literally tomorrow, the day after, Tony's death.
Right.
We're gonna go
Where are
back.
we going?
What?
Where are we going?
You know what? Just come along with us. Get your bearings and just come along with us.
Okay.
We're going to the market. You can go off and buy some stuff if you have the gold, obviously. You can
I
buy...
have the gold.
Yes, we know. But we're gonna go back to the market so you can go buy some stuff before we head off to the city of Hector. Yorn is taking us to Hector.
Got it.
While Vanessa is at the tavern, she goes back to the barkeep and hands over the keys.
Okay. As you hand it over, he's just like, "Oh, y'all are finished? You paid for another night."
I know, but last minute change. We're heading off to Hector.
Like, the city of Hector. He's like, I've heard stories about that place. It's a lot of magic stuff over there. So, yeah. I wish you the best of luck. And if you ever decide to come back, you know that, I'm here. I will be here, and you probably will find your friend Joseph here as well if you ever decide to come back. He's here pretty much nightly, so. But good luck on your journeys.
You'll most likely be seeing us again.
Of course. And he just starts like wiping down one of the cups that's just on there in the bar.
And then Vanessa goes to head out of the place, the building.
Okay.
Before everyone gets a chance to leave, you just hear a loud thud, like not too far off. I mean, just hear Caden going, "I'm good, I think."
Yep. And so, you end up walking out and everything. And so, all of you spend a few minutes, and you end up, I guess, walking back to the market. Is that where you're all going?
Yep, back to the arrow place for me.
Yep.
Okay. As you all like head back to the market, you see that it's picked up a lot more than like what you saw earlier. There's a lot more people out there, just kind of walking around, and like as you see, as you can see it, the place is bustling and everything. You start to see some people on horseback even running by and everything. And like as y'all are starting to walk up, you see the cousin of the Fletcher outside, kind of like waving over to all of you.
I wave back.
Vanessa walks up to him. Yes, sir.
He goes. We finished the arrows inside. If you want to go look.
Of course, that's where we were heading, anyways.
He's like, awesome. And he just kind of like, motions for for you to go on ahead and go inside.
Vanessa enters the building.
Ugg is following Vanessa, so
Morgat's gonna go in with him.
I'm just gonna assume.
I don't follow behind.
Okay, I'm gonna assume. Is there anybody that wants to stand outside?
is anyone going to the cart for Yorn to be with Yorn?
I guess I'm going. Kind of tired. Maybe you look up a slur. I don't know.
I guess I'll come in to help them carry whatever they need to the car.
Yeah. So y'all head inside. You'll get inside and everything, and as soon as y'all walk in, the Fletcher's just like, "Oh, hello." Yeah, he's like, "I've got the arrows for you." He goes, "We actually were able to put a few more together, and I used the last bit of metal arrowheads that we had, so I was able to make three bundles for you."
Vanessa looks over to Ugg like, hey, Ugg, you want to pay for this one? Because they're cheaper than the health potions.
Sure, I'll get it. So how much for the 3 bundles?
He said, well, it's going to be 2 gold pieces per bundle, so it's going to be, 6 gold pieces.
Okay, here you go, and I toss him 6 gold pieces.
He goes, "Thank you." He quickly takes it and he puts it in a lockbox under, like, behind the counter, and he, like, then grabs the bundles out from a barrel, kind of, like, sticks them, and there's 3 bundles. Each one has 20 arrows in it. You see, like, these fine metal arrow, these fine arrows with metal arrowheads. But like, as you know, upon like inspecting it just slightly, you notice that the sticks themselves are not like the they almost look like that the sticks themselves can actually break at any moment. But you do notice that like overall the arrows seem like they seem a little better than some of the arrows that you do have. They just look a little flimsier.
Thank you.
He goes, no problem. Thank you for your business.
I'm gonna say that like we both get like 1.5 bundles of arrows, so that was that 30 arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Or are you setting up like a special like arrows things for us?
I'm setting it up for you.
Gotcha.
Yes? Yeah, I'd have to play D&D. I'm active right now. Yeah.
Hey, you left your microphone on.
You left your microphone on.
You left your microphone on.
Yes, I know. I was yelling. It's on.
Yeah.
Oh, do you tell her Eduardo says hi?
Sure, I'm gonna mute and tell them you said hi.
No.
Dang.
Okay, so back to it. Vanessa, both of you, if you look at your inventory, you'll see you have 30 new arrows. So, with that, with the funness of all of that, all of you decide to head off, I guess. Unless were y'all looking for anything else?
I'm not.
Yeah.
I had a
Aiden
random
stumbles
thought.
to the fucking counter, or what, like up to the shopkeep and just goes, "Sir, do you have any hand crossbows?"
Have any what?
A hand crossbow.
A hand crossbow.
Like a smaller crossbow?
Yes.
Yeah,
I have the light crossbows.
What is a
over there.
hand crossbow though? Is that like a crossbow that you put in your hands, just like every other crossbow?
Like what he's referring to is like a crossbow, like the Assassin's Creed, like hidden crossbow.
Oh.
Is it like the Witcher hand crossbow?
The shopkeep just kind of looks at you and is just like, "You mean the light crossbows?"
I'm gonna be honest, sir. I might be slightly drunk, so I don't know what I'm saying at the time. So maybe.
He kind of like, you see him like look past you towards like the shop guard, and the shop guard steps up and he's just like, "Okay, come on, buddy, let's go." And he like starts kind of like giving you a light shove toward the door.
Yeah, fair enough.
Is anyone else looking around the store?
He's sober.
Ugg is like about to like start making his way to Yorn.
Okay. Arilo, or wait, were you looking around?
Let's see. I had a random thought. Are there like any magic type arrows?
No.
Like the
Nope.
No? Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like heading out of the store at this point.
Yep. Yeah. So Arilo, you're heading out as well.
Head out.
Okay. So all of you head out and you start heading down to Yorn. And as you approach the wagon, you see, Yorn still asleep and everything. However, when you approach the wagon, you see in the back of the wagon, travel supplies that he had and stuff, had there before and everything. He had some bedrolls and he had a barrel of like what looked like to be like travel rations, stuff like that. All of that is just gone.
God damn it, Yorn.
With that, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in 5-10 minutes, and we will see what happened. So, take your 5-10 minute break, and then we will come back.
Cool.
Oh man, what time is it?
I didn't mean to like try to like metagame or anything there with the room keys. I was just kind of like,
Well, yeah, no, it's just, I mean, it's one of those things where like I knew she had them, she knew she had them. I just said it was locked.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll be right back.
All right.
I looked up in the
meantime. I'll play some nice peaceful music if y'all want to listen to it.
Okay.
Starts playing like
You should
music
This
starts.
is South Park.
Come on,
Brady
This
Train.
is from South Park.
But no, I looked it up for the hell of it, of a hand crossbow, and there actually is one in D&D Beyond.
Huh.
Alex.
Proficiency with the hand crossbow, yeah.
Alex,
What?
you hear the music? It's from the South Park video games.
Oh, okay. I can't hear the music at all. So.
Oh man,
Mhm.
this is from the Stick of Truth. I swear to fucking God.
I think it's just general D&D music, so it's not necessarily from that. It's just they may have.
They probably used it.
Yeah.
But Dominic, did you mean to actually say an actual crossbow or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called a hand crossbow.
Yeah, because there's
If-
hand
if I'm-
crossbow, light crossbow, and heavy crossbow.
Yeah, like, if I'm correct, the hand crossbow is just a one-handed crossbow.
Then why isn't it called a one-handed crossbow instead of a hand crossbow?
It's called a hand crossbow because you hold it in one hand.
They just call it a one-handed crossbow.
That's more words!
That's too many words.
You don't see them calling it a heavyweight crossbow or a lightweight crossbow.
Your mom's a crossbow. I'm sorry.
Listen,
Damn.
just because you ain't wrong doesn't mean you're right.
Just because.
Now I'm confused.
Yeah, it's a
Listen, man, I'm already kind of tired enough. You don't need to confuse me.
Microaggression.
You ever just kind of like say something? You ever just kind of like make a comeback to someone's basically based off your character's current situation? For example, Caden being drunk.
Oh yes, here's the stereotypical sleepy Mexican. Ah man, what time is it? Sorry, I thought you were a wax sculpture. Nah, man, I'm the janitor. I just fell asleep because I'm kind of tired.
Oh my god.
Kind of tired.
Also, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of I'm slightly surprised that when Caden just like casually knocked something over or fell over or whatever, no one like actually like said you sure you're good. They just kind of took his word for it.
Yeah, because at least Vanessa, she knew that they were going to take a long rest anyways to get to at least somewhere closer to Hector, so she wasn't all too worried about it.
She basically said, "Yeah, he'll be alright."
You know the best part is
Yeah,
the fact that drunk ass Caden didn't even take the time to like notice everyone else that's in the party now, other than Vanessa.
Okay, question: is he drinking because of Tony's death, or was he drinking just to drink?
Both.
You need to say in like a Johnny Depp accent. I remember. I just drink because you make me mad. Poop on my bed.
Because I know for a fact Vanessa's drinking because of Tony and of the people that she's lost in the last.
Vanessa, you need to stop pooping on my bed.
There's.
You didn't come back to anything.
Wait, what's going on?
Nothing.
What the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is going on?
Dude, I literally...
We're taking a break. That's all. That's all the fuck's going on. We're taking a break for John.
Oh, well, yeah, I knew we were taking a break. I was just like, what's going on in this conversation right now?
Yeah.
Exactly. Also, you know what I'm actually kind of surprised about right now?
What?
For my entire time using magic so far with Caden, not once did Johnny think, you know what, let's make the spell go wild.
Huh. What type of magic have you been using?
Well,
Yeah, I am a sorcerer who has a tendency, who has spells that can go wild, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, so
The only spell I have is like a fucking lightning bolt that I can throw at people.
all I can say is that I could attempt to cast like firebolt or something.
Yeah.
And potentially accidentally send create a fireball shooting at myself. And that's the minor thing. I could also, just make myself fucking confused, make myself grow a fucking beard.
I mean,
make it to I
I'm pretty sure, if anything, you and Johnny gotta talk about that to set up a system of that.
I can yell slurs at people, Dom.
Oh yeah,
Johnny knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Dom.
One of the effects of
You missed Edward. I can't fucking say his name for the life of me.
Eduardo.
Yes, that.
Eduardo.
Yeah, Travis. I was gonna say I apologize for earlier. I didn't know you had like a speech impediment thing. So
Yeah, no. It's just ADHD not working with my brain correctly. Sometimes I say sit, and sometimes I say shit. It's just like words just blend together sometimes.
Yeah, I know how that is. My brain does that to me sometimes too. So
Yeah, it's haven't happened to me this bad because it hasn't happened this bad in a while. That's why I never bring it up. But anyways, you missed El Bardo's first song. El Bardo, will you care to grace us again with your first song again?
Oh fuck, which one was it?
It was the 1 HP.
The 1 HP song.
Oh yeah, this one is titled "I'm Still at 1 HP."
No. Yesterday?
Huh?
Didn't you do a song yesterday as well? That was funny.
No. I got music sheet. That was titled something. I forgot the title of it.
Oh yeah, I forget the title of the sheet. Yeah.
Actually, I don't think the title was actually specifically named. It was just the fact that the sheet was just Christian music.
Yeah, it was Christian
Yeah,
music.
it was Christian
He gave
music.
it a title, though. He gave it a title.
I gave it a title, something about like people sneaking away or some shit.
I wasn't like I'm definitely not sneaking away right now or something like that.
Yeah. And then Dom missed I'm still at 1 HP.
Okay. So, I'm back. Is everyone back?
Yeah.
I never left.
I'm Eduardo.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. So, is there anyone not ready? Cool. Okay. Awesome. We can start. So,
I lost my keys.
You lost your peas?
No, my keys.
Peace?
No, my cheese.
I thought
Peas?
you lost your virginity?
That's funny.
John, that's been happened.
Yeah. You want to roll for deception on that?
Yeah. No. We need to. Let's continue. It's time to start. Okay. So all of you walked up, to the wagon. You see all the stuff. It's gone from it. And Yorn is still, passed out in the front seat. What do you do?
Vanessa's like, "Hey, Yorn, buddy, you got some shit stolen."
Yorn kind of like shimmies over a bit, and he's just like, "What? What?
Some of your shit got stolen."
Shit, yeah, stolen.
Just got robbed.
Stolen. Wait, what? And he looks in the back and he's like, "Oh, come on!" He's like, "Man, those were our travel supplies."
Do we gotta stop somewhere to buy some more?
He's like, there's a general store right there behind you.
Ugg is just gonna like the back of the top of the thing, just like I'm.
Vanessa just looks at Kaden, go buy some traveling supplies.
Are you sure it's smart to send me now?
That is why I'm sending Morgith with you. Vanessa looks at Morgith. Can you please go with him so he buys the right stuff?
I said, Morgith said that? Where'd you come from?
What? I've been here the entire time.
Vanessa just kind of like pushes Kaden towards the general goods store a little bit. Like, it's a very light push, but like enough to be like, go get the supplies.
Hayden proceeds to just fall over from that light push. I'm good. Ow.
I guess I'll follow if they need any stuff.
I just pick Caden up and just throw him over my shoulder and take him over to the general store.
Vanessa hops back into the front seat with Yorn and just waits. Waits for.
And then just shouts, "I don't know how I feel about this."
Yeah, so everybody heading to the store. Y'all end up going. Y'all walk inside. You know, everything seems normal.
I think only Morgith and Caden are going.
That, like I said, I had no clue who the hell was actually going, so that's why I said everyone that's going. You two head off. You go to the store and everything. You walk inside. You know, it seems like a normal general store. You see some food around. Some definitely, like travel rations, stuff like that. You see a couple walking canes in the corner. You see you see a lot of preserved foods in the back. And you also notice a couple bed rolls kind of sitting on the side. And as y'all are talking, you see a guy come around the corner. He's dressed in what is pretty much all an all blue suit. It's got some gold and red on it and everything. And he walks up, and you end up noticing him as the same trader that was at the general store back near the Lucky Shoe. As he walks up to the counter, he goes, "Ah, hello! I have customers."
Oh, hello. We are here looking for travel supplies.
He goes, "Ah, yes, we have all kinds of travel supplies. We have preserved foods. We have packaged travel rations. We have bed rolls. We've got torches if you need to light your way. We have all kinds of stuff here." He goes, by chance, have we met before?"
I do not think I have personally met you, Caden. Have you met this man before?
I think, but I'm also kind of drunk.
He is right. He is kind of drunk. Well, I have to say, I don't think I've ever met you before. So nice to meet you, good sir.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too. And he's like, "Yeah, what exactly are you looking for? Just supplies in general?"
Yes, just a little bit of them.
He goes, "Well, might I recommend some of the packaged travel rations that we have?"
Yes. Do you mind showing me around to look at the different products you have for the travel?
He's like, "Of course." And so he, kind of motions. He kind of brings you over to the travel rations. It's a bunch of preserved foods within little boxes, little tiny boxes that you could see. He's like, "Yeah, these are pretty simple. All you got to do is just open it up. There's a tiny little meal inside.
Okay.
And they're all salted, so they're preserved for a good while. On top of that, we've got the bed rolls right over here. It's better to sleep in a bed roll than it is to sleep on the ground. I'll tell you that much. Man, my back has killed me for not sleeping in a bed roll for so long. And I'm gonna tell you, these things are super comfortable." He starts to walk a little more, and he's just like, "We have a couple made torches here. All you have to do is give them a nice light. They'll they'll light up for a few hours. You can get a good use out of them. It's definitely good for the dark. And he goes, and on top of that, right here next to him, he shows you some fire starter packs, and he's like, these great matchboxes here are absolutely amazing, as they will help you light a fire, for when you're out traveling around, because fire, my good friend, is probably the most important thing you can have while you're out in the wilderness."
Agreed. Can I roll to see if he's the one that stole our stuff? If any of it looks familiar or anything like that? As I'm browsing around. Is that possible?
Well, okay, tell me exactly how you would do that.
Like, do I recognize any of it from the cart?
Doesn't look worn or used.
Let's see.
History?
Roll for let's do investigation. Roll for investigation on it, as you're investigating the things around.
Got a 16.
So as you are perusing the shop, you tend to find you see like one of the bedrolls. You notice that it looks pretty similar to one of the bedrolls that Yorn had in the back. And you even see that that it has like a piece of torn fabric on it.
Sir, may I ask you a quick question?
Yes, of course.
Are all these items legitimate?
He's like, well, of course. What else?
Are you sure you didn't steal them from somewhere and are selling them in your shop to make profit off of it?
It's like, whoa, those are some hefty accusations. And why exactly are you making these accusations?
Because our cart just got robbed, hence why I'm looking for travel supplies.
Like, well, that's unfortunate, but no, everything you see here is 100% legitimate.
Can I see if he's lying?
Yeah, roll for insight.
15.
So as you see that, you kind of notice that like he seems slightly nervous, and you get a feeling that he's not telling you like the whole truth.
Sir, I'm only going to ask you this once. If that's ours, tell us now. And I'm going to try to like intimidate him to like tell the truth.
Roll for intimidation.
All right. 21.
So as you say that, he kind of like takes a step back and he's like, okay. He goes, I did not rob you. But as it is a hard bargain, as you've given me a hard bargain here, I will admit that these were stolen off someone. I did not do it myself. There were people who came by to sell this stuff to me just a few minutes ago. He's like, but I could sell it. I could sell it to you for the price of 10 gold pieces for everything that they took from you.
Everything?
Yes, everything.
Kid, how many gold pieces do you have? I'm trying not to cause trouble here.
I proceed to start rummaging through my coin purse. That proceeded to then pull out the 10 gold and hand it over. I think that's 10 gold.
Alrighty. Well then, Johnny, you checking something, or do I need to just continue?
Just continue. I'm waiting on you guys.
Cool. All right. All right, then there's your 10 gold pieces. I'll be taking our stuff back now.
He goes, yes, it's a pleasure doing business with you. As he kind of sits there and he flips the coins through his fingers and then he tosses it in his little pouch.
I'm gonna be honest, he probably got all that for like not even 10. Or like probably like maybe even 5 gold pieces.
Probably. But I guess I'm going to start taking our stuff back out to the cart.
Yeah, he starts helping you organize everything. He pulls out 2 bedrolls, one of which was had the torn piece of fabric on it. he pulls those out. He grabs a bunch of like ration boxes and stuff like that, and he even like pulls out like a small barrel of like like other types of like preserved like foods in there, as he kind of like helps you like pull that out. And as he gets it all like to the door, he goes, yep, so this looks like all of it, so I guess I will see you later.
All right, then we shall see you later.
Of course.
I just like whisper under my breath to where you can't hear it, cheap bastard. And just like keep taking the stuff out to the cart.
Yep. Is Caden
Caden
helping you
almost tripped
carry?
on the way out.
Is Caden helping you carry all this?
Caden is helping
I'd
carry
be
stuff, but he
helping.
does almost fall on the way out.
Okay. So, as y'all carry it back to the wagon, Yorn kind of sees you guys bringing it back, and he's like, "Oh my, you guys found it?"
Yep.
I bought it back for us.
Yes, Kate bought all of our stuff back for us.
You bought it back?
Yes, I know. I didn't want to cause trouble, so we just paid the small amount for it.
It wasn't that much.
It
Just
really
10
wasn't.
gold.
10 gold pieces for my stuff. Like,
yeah.
So they stole it and sold it back to us for 10 gold pieces.
No, someone stole all the stuff, stole it to that place. Then we bought it off of him, probably for cheaper than it probably would have been for like everything else. Like just rebuying everything.
Yeah. So
he goes, okay, whatever. Hop on in. Let's I guess let's get ready to go.
Clayton just barely climbs into the wagon.
I just kind of hop up in the wagon.
Guess I pondered about going back to Smith, but then decide to just get in the cart.
Mm-hmm. So, let's see. Yeah, I mean, y'all are all in the cart. Yorn just like, okay, is everyone ready to head off?
Yep.
Yep.
He's like, okay.
Yep.
And so he goes, well, here we go, off to Hector. And he, does a little whip. The horses kind of go. You'll end up leaving the village marketplace. You'll end up leaving the village marketplace. Y'all head through the town and everything. As you head down, you end up getting toward like the north gate, just outside the town square and everything. And he kind of like comes up on one of the guards, and Yorn goes, excuse me, good sire. He goes, which road do we take to Hector? It seems my map might be a little outdated. He goes, yes, of course. He goes, just go straight right across the bridge, and when you come up to the fort, take a left, and like as you go down, you will find a village far off to the left, at a turn. Once you see that, all you gotta do is take a right, follow that road, and it'll take you straight to Hector. And he goes, thank you. He goes, no problem. And as it happens, he sets through the gates, starts heading down across the bridge, and he sets off with the gang on an adventure to Hector.
As we're leaving, Vanessa's like, okay, Yorn.
Yes?
Are we now going to mentally unpack what we said we were going to unpack about you being banished?
I guess
More
it is
gets-
time.
Or
So,
gets pokes his head up like through the top to ask a question in a little bit too.
he goes, well, I think it's best to start from the beginning if we're going to talk about this. When I was younger, I was fascinated with the possibility of having, being able to control magic. I was young. I was kind of stupid actually, and I thought magic was gonna be super easy. Well, I studied a lot. I tried to see magic as much as possible and tried to get a grasp on it. And as I started to learn runes and everything, it seemed like it was it seemed like it was a very cool form of magic. As it had these cool combinations you put together, and it almost seemed like there was endless possibilities with it. So one day, one day I head off, and after learning a few of the basics by myself through books at a library that I used to go to, I head off to the College of Hestia, where you could sit there and learn magic pretty much as you want. And as I sat there and learned magic at the College of Hestia, I was there for about a year and a half. And one day, as I was leaving my room, I was walking down the hallway, and there was a couple people dressed in black robes kind of speaking at the end of the hallway, and I got a little listen into it. And as I got closer, I noticed one of the people was my professor, and the other one, it was the college head, and they were talking about some forbidden ritual that they were talking about some forbidden ritual that one of the college students asked about. And as I listened in, they then started talking about this group of people that they speak to a lot that were called the Men in Black. Upon listening, I accidentally kind of stumbled around the corner, and they noticed me. And in that moment, it was horror. It was scary. I couldn't figure out how I was going to get out of this. And both of them looked over, and they looked over at me, and one of them pulls out a dagger on me. I thought I was going to die there, and I don't know why. Like, I guess part of it was because I wanted to learn more about magic and learn about what this forbidden spell that they were talking about is. I asked to join them. After a few moments, they finally said, sure, and invited me, and I joined the Men in Black. While I was there, they were constantly talking about some kind of ritual that they were planning on doing, and how it required 8 people that knew all 8 of the runes as like a sacrifice. And I looked into it. I looked into it while I was with them, and like after a while of looking into it, which was kind of forbidden by them because only the leader and his close little group that he had, only they were allowed to know what this actual ritual did. But they kept repeating one name, and it was Orgbu. Like that's all they would ever say. We had to do everything for Orgbu. But I never got to meet him. I never got to talk to him. Well, one day, I go through and I go study what this ritual does, and after stealing a forbidden book from them and reading through it, I find out that the ritual was to summon a dragon. Or at least that was what they were going to do with it. The ritual itself has some other possibilities, but apparently one of the possibilities for it is to summon a dragon. And it required, a sacrifice of all 8 people, or a sacrifice of 8 people, each one knowing a different rune. And so, with that, I found it out, and I found that out, and I took the book and fled. I took that. I took a couple other rune spell books, and I set off anywhere but there. A couple days later, I ran into them, and they found me with the books. They found me with everything, and at that point, I knew that they knew of what I found out. And so, with them trying to come and kill me, I needed to get out. So I fled to the Hestia Coliseum. Lots of people there, lots of eyes. I went there, hid in the crowd. They couldn't find me, and I eventually ran into the owner of the Coliseum. Well, not really the owner, but the person who runs the place. And he offered me a job. He offered me a job as someone who just cleans up, and and with that, I would be in the audience, but I really wanted to be around people who really knew how to do magic, and so I showed him what I could do, and he put me ahead of the security for the shield around the arena itself. And so with that, I started working there. And as the cult started to get more followers, and I started to notice them actually start growing in numbers, they found out I was at the Coliseum, and I knew the only way to keep them off of me was to join the arena. So that's why you saw me in the fights. That's why you saw me actually join the Coliseum. I would never actually want to fight. I don't want to hurt people. It's just I had no other choice. I had to join the Coliseum because with me in the fights, I know that the Men in Black can't jump in and try to kill me because there's so many eyes on me. And so, with me, leaving and everything, with me doing all that, I met all of you. And then, in secret, I headed off, last night. I was so torn by everything that at this point I knew I knew that I was I knew I was screwed, and I had nothing else to live with. So I headed back to the college, and I headed out super early in the morning. I was actually heading there with Mr. Moose. Got to the college, and once I got there, there was a new headmaster apparently, and as I was talking to the headmaster and everything, they knew about me joining the Men in Black. They knew that I was a part of the cult, and then I was banished. Never set foot in the college again. Sent me out on my way and told me I was never allowed to learn magic ever again. And so, as I was never allowed to join the college again, I came back. Mr. Moose and I head back, and we went inside. We went to sleep, and then I woke up. Mr. Moose was gone. Mr. Moose was gone, and we just kind of, I kind of just went on my way. And that's where, you know, you guys saw me yesterday. And I mean, from there, you kind of know the rest. You got the idea to go to Hector, and now we're on our way.
Thank you, Yorn, for trusting us with this information.
I'll like speak up from the back. Yes, thank you, Yorn. I do have one question though.
Yeah.
So, I guess yesterday or a few days ago, I went on my own little adventure where I met Ugg and saw, 3 men in black heading towards a church. And so we went to investigate, and we saw you on a wanted poster, and they were trying to bring you in, dead or alive. So I was definitely checking and looking constantly for you to make sure you were okay, and I'm glad you're okay now.
Mm-hmm.
But
he goes, yeah, they don't like me. Yeah, once you join the cult, you're not supposed to be able to leave.
yes, I can tell that they do not like you.
Yeah.
But
Yorn, Yorn, does it feel better talking about it? Now that you've got it off your chest.
I don't know. It's something I'm still like dealing with. You know, like my entire life I tried to go out and look for magic to learn it and everything, and now with all of this, it still feels terrible that the one place I wanted to go my entire life ended up banishing me due to pretty much an unforeseen event that happened all of a sudden.
I mean, I could try to teach you healing magic. I don't know if that would be any good, but
he kind of like looks at you, kind of like in a little bit more excited, like a little excited, and he's just like, "Really?"
Yeah. Once we get to Hector and find a place to stay for the night, because we're all gonna need to sleep when we get there. Once we find a place to stay, I'll try to teach you before bed.
Okay. He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "Thank you. I appreciate that."
As long as you know, we'll always be there for you. Well, me and the group behind us, not Mr. Moose.
Yes.
So, with that, Yorn kind of just looks forward. He starts driving again. Kind of sits there in silence. Now, y'all are, okay, so at this point, y'all are across the bridge. He takes a left to start heading to Hector. And you guys have a long journey ahead of you before you get to Hector.
Okay.
So, as you guys are riding, let's see, let's do a couple, let's see how many days this will take. Because it is a nice, decent ways. So
we might have a life cleric, Yorn. So we can have 3 healers in the party.
Yeah.
Not just me and Morgith.
Yeah.
Just chimes in. I know how to cure some things.
He does. Actually, he's cured my wounds.
I cannot cure depression.
I don't think any of us can cure depression.
Nope. Definitely cannot.
Well, it's a good thing you can cure some things, So I'll make that if I get to if I teach Yorn get about a lot of if I teach Yorn enough where he can actually start healing people, we'll have 4 healers on our team.
And that'll definitely be good to keep us alive. So
It sounds like a lot.
I mean, with the potential dangers we face on this journey, we're probably going to need a lot of healing.
Yeah. When we get to Hector, I gotta look for a place to buy a loot from.
Yep. Okay, so take you guys a couple days to get there. So went ahead. Yeah, let's figure this out. So, first things first. Is there anything that you guys want to do now? You have time. You're technically in a rest. You don't really need to click anything unless you use. I don't think you'll use anything to require that. You're technically having a long rest.
Can I try to attune my armor piece?
Yes, feel free. Attune the armor piece. So, you just simply go to the armor piece. You go to your inventory. You scroll down, I believe, and you'll see a thing called attunement.
Yeah.
What you do is go into your inventory, you click on the weapon, and then you should just say, "Hey."
At the very bottom, you said item require attunement. Just literally hit that, and it'll automatically equip it with attunement.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So you just spent an hour attuning to it. So yeah. Anybody else? Maybe time to inscribe cards if you have any extra cards. Maybe.
Can I be in a drunken coma? Can I be in a drunken coma for the entire ride or until Stone wakes me up?
I guess. Why?
Gives Caden time to sober up.
Well, first
I mean,
off,
either way,
dude,
it's going to give you time to sober up.
Okay, first off, Caden hasn't drank anything this entire day. He's just having a hangover. Not drunk, he's having a hangover.
He's never been drunk in his
I
life,
guess
so
he's
to
still
him, he
drunk.
thinks he's still drunk.
He's still drunk if he has a hangover.
That's not exactly drunk.
So he had enough time to sober.
Like a headache. Yeah. He's pretty much sobered up during this long rest. He's Okay. Anything else? Anybody want to do anything?
I guess I'll
I could take a nap.
draw up
Finally,
some.
Albardo can finally take a nap.
Yeah, man, I got
He's been
tired.
tired the entire time.
Hey guys, Waffles was trying to say something. So Waffles, what were you trying to do?
I guess I'll draw up maybe 5 fire room cards.
Okay. Yeah, just transfer 5 over. You got 5 extra fire room cards. So.
Nice.
Cool. Anything else?
Besides Vanessa writing a journal, but that's pretty much obvious.
Yeah. Okay.
You love playing with that dice, don't you?
Yep. You're constantly hearing it.
Yeah, I hear it clack like every half a second.
Yeah. You're welcome. It's mostly right now it's because I'm about to use them. So first day. Let's see what happens. Y'all are heading. So y'all are heading down. You've made it a good distance. And as y'all are heading up, as y'all are heading down the road and everything, you come across a couple. You see like a couple of women sitting on the side of the road, like picking berries from bushes.
I mean,
can we buy said?
I don't know. You'll see them picking berries.
Cool.
Vanessa like motions for Yorn to like stop for a second.
Yeah. Yorn kind of stops and he's like, reason we're stopped.
Vanessa just looks over to the woman picking berries. Hey, can we buy Can we buy some berries?
Yeah. The three women kind of like look over at you and it's just like, you could come pick some with us if you'd like.
Vanessa's just like, I'm kind of down, but are the rest of the party down to go pick some berries for a little bit? Probably not.
I come
Sounds
running
like a
as fast as I can. Like, yes, I'm gonna pick some berries.
Okay, we're going to pick some berries, I guess.
Ug's gonna try to stay with the cart as much as he can.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a very odd activity to do, but sure. But
Free food.
Yep.
Free food.
Y'all head off. So, Morgath, Vanessa. Wait, who's all picking berries?
Morgan, Vanessa, and Orilo, as of right now. Unless Edwaldo and the guy who said "oh well."
Yeah. Yep. I need all three of you to roll survival checks.
Survival checks.
Yep.
dice don't fail me now.
14.
23.
Morgath, what'd you get?
18.
Okay. Yep. So all of you end up picking, some nice sweet berries. You get you get probably like a small basket full of them, like all together. You spend about an hour doing this, and as y'all finish up, the one of the ladies kind of walks up and she goes, have y'all picked berries before? Is this your first time?
Vanessa's like, I haven't picked berries since I was a child.
She's like, that's understandable, and you kind of get like a glimpse, and they've got like a whole barrel full within the last hour.
Oh my god!
She's like, it's all good. We've been doing this for years.
Understandable.
So
thanks for inviting us to. Yeah, thanks for inviting us to pick berries. It's been a while.
Yeah, no problem.
It was fun.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Yeah. And and with that, she kind of like gets back to picking more berries. Yorn kind of like looks over and he's like, so y'all finished picking berries?
Vanessa's like, yep, let's get going.
I guess we would have had more if I didn't kept eating them.
It's okay, Aralo. It's okay. You were hungry. It's fine.
Yes, these berries are quite delicious, so I understand.
Yeah.
As I giddily skip up to the wagon.
Vanessa skips as well.
Okay. So as y'all get in the wagon and everything, y'all end up heading off. Those berries are gonna be another day of rations, just so you guys know.
No.
So y'all head off and everything. Y'all head off on I guess another day. The rest of the day is uneventful. And then we move on to the next day.
And the next day. And the next day. And the next day.
Yeah. Welcome to the life of traveling. So, as you guys, as all of you are traveling,
we're playing trails.
What?
We're playing the Oregon Trail game.
Yeah.
Pray no one gets dysentery.
Yeah. So as you're traveling, you see, you see on the side of the road, you see about like 8 elves playing like some type of like ball game, kind of like soccer, like real life, but it looks just slightly different. And as you see them, one of them kicks the ball, it like flies over, it hits Yorn in the side of the head, like and like almost sending him off the wagon. As he kind of like turns, he's just like ah, what was that? Are we under attack?
But it's just like, no, you just got hit with a stray ball from them. That's emotions to the people playing ball.
Yeah, and so one of the guys, he runs across the street real quick, grabs the ball, and he goes, hey, yeah, sorry about that. We're playing a nice game over here. Y'all wanna join us?
Vanessa looks back to the group and she's like, she says to the group, like, I suggest we keep going. We already had our fun yesterday, so we should probably keep going.
He's like, hey, we'll put up a bet.
Bet?
Money?
Before anyone notices, Caden's already out of the cart.
Damn it!
Yeah, he says, 30 gold pieces that your group can't beat my group.
I was gonna say, quick, Yorn. Quickly, Yorn. Go before they start thinking about that bet. But it's too late now. Kanan had to jump out.
You can't keep me away from a good opportunity.
Well,
Whatever. I'm
you
staying
can
in the
try.
cart.
So I'm guessing Caden is the one that's going to be putting up the bet completely. Then
No, I guess I'll go and
I look back at the group.
do this.
Anyone else back up on this, or am I just going in by myself?
I'll back you up.
So Arilo, and Caden are going in. Anyone?
Okay.
well, I might as well put it on the action. But I'm out of the cart too.
So Arilo, Caden, and Mordeath.
Okay.
So is this the ball game where you get to tackle people?
Yes, actually. Soon as this allows me. Oh yeah, I forgot. It doesn't do that. I am quickly trying to set everything up. I forgot that the scene was broken. Fuck.
I'm gonna run and get a drink real quick while you're setting this up.
Going ahead.
Wow, it's gone quiet.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Basically everyone's muted. Cool.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. Welcome back. I'm just throwing everything together. So, who all has hopped off to go play this game?
Ugg, Morgith, Caden, and Orello.
Okay.
And as far as I'm aware, Caden is covering the bet.
Okay. So Eduardo and Vanessa are staying back.
Yes, with Yorn, I guess, unless
Yeah.
you're having Yorn in the fight or
They're-
in the game.
Yorn's not joining, so. Okay. So, let me draw this quickly. Okay. So I think I've got everything pretty much set up. So to explain this game in a proper fashion, it is similar to soccer. I fucked up there. Oh, it's not on the navigation thing. That's probably what it is. Okay, so I will pull this up here. Okay, as you guys direct your attention here, welcome to the game.
Okay.
So,
I'm going to enjoy this.
So, this game is kind of similar to soccer. The point is to get the ball into the goal. However, there are a little bit of changes. You may use unarmed attacks during this. All of you know the rules of the game, so that's why I'm telling you this just right off the bat. You may use unarmed attacks, you may push people, you may shove them, you may throw them. You feel free to do whatever the hell you want. The point is to get the ball into the goal. You are not allowed to use weapons at any point. At that point, you're disqualified. If you get the ball into the goal by either carrying it, throwing it, or anything that does not require your feet, that will be 1 point. If you kick it into the goal, it will be 2 points. If someone is unable to continue, due to any circumstance whatsoever, the game is forfeited immediately. So try not to hurt anybody. Okay, are you guys ready?
Okay, let's do this.
Okay,
So,
Caden has gone off and bet the gold. He bet the gold. I said 30 before, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Correct.
So he bet 30 gold pieces. You guys win 30 gold pieces if you win this. You guys will be doing a series of checks throughout this to ensure your performance through this. So, with further ado, you have to send one person at the start.
okay.
So who's coming up first?
I mean, boy.
I feel like it'd only be right to send up Caden first.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Sending Caden. And we will put everybody else up. And I think it is time to start. Okay. The guy, looks at Caden. He's like, "Okay, is your team ready?"
Yep.
Look everything and see that already. Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
do
With further
this.
ado, he goes. With further ado, this is going to be the first 10 points. Let's get to it. And with that, I need to do this. Give me a sec. With that, I need all four of you roll for initiative.
Rolling for initiative.
Ooh, 21.
20.
17.
I'd like to tell you what I got. I think I got 20.
He did, I thought.
What did Orlando get?
20 go.
20? Okay.
Hey, John.
Yeah.
Did you ever actually, whenever I was gone, did you deactivate my character?
Did I what?
When I was gone from the session, did you deactivate my character?
I did deactivate the character, but I reactivated it, I believe. Right? No, I didn't because you said you weren't going to be here at the start. Here, I activated it again.
Yeah, I just had to realize. Wait a second, I'm activated.
Or I'm not. Okay. Yes. Yeah, you weren't here at the start, so I didn't reactivate it. Okay.
Makes sense.
Oh, you're not in the encounter. That's why. Oh, it's unfortunate. Crap. Give me a sec. Change. End of galore. There we go. So Caden is. God damn it! Of course, it's gonna be like this. Restart it. And Caden's still not in it. I gotta recreate this whole thing again.
Shit.
Also, you activate Caden.
Okay. Does everybody remember the numbers they got?
20 go.
20 here.
20.
I had 17.
Justin got a 21.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Caden, roll for initiative.
Fuck. That's worse than I had before. That's an 8.
Okay. With that, time to hop into this. Okay. Remember, you can push and shove these guys, and you can technically attack them. However, if they are unable to continue, then you will forfeit. So keep that in mind. We're gonna first start this off. We're going to pop down. So, Caden, I need you to roll me a d20.
I'm 12.
You got a 12. Okay. So, you've successfully taken the ball and you've kicked it back to Morgeth, who will start this battle for us. Morgeth, you can go. You can carry the ball with you, your entire movement speed. However, if you do a dash, you instantly drop the ball. Like the ball is on the ground, essentially, just waiting. So you can only walk your movement speed.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to.
Feel free to ask me questions because this is not a normal battle.
Okay, yeah. So, like, can I run up and use my movement speed and then kick it, or like?
Yes. If you do the kick, it's going to be an action, and you'll have to roll to see how accurate you are.
Okay, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna take the ball and carry it, in between the two like back guys, to the top and the middle guy.
Okay.
If I go that far.
Okay, so 30 feet there. Oh, your mic.
I'm gonna attempt to kick in between the two.
Justin, your mic.
Oh, is it okay now? What?
Yeah, it seems better now.
Okay, I think I had it covered up with my hand. That was my bad.
Okay. If you kick it, since it's in between both of them, it will be disadvantage. If the another thing, if the ball is within 5 feet of an enemy, everything you do has disadvantage. Like with the ball.
All right. Actually, can I move back like a couple feet?
Okay, let's start here. You didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that. So. All right. I'm probably gonna go. I'm gonna go up around the top guy.
So up here.
Yes.
So you're up here. Ball moves with you here.
And I'm gonna make an attempt to kick it into the goal.
Okay, you're gonna attempt to kick it into the goal.
Yes.
Cool. So I need you to roll me. Give me a sec. I actually have this down somewhere.
Okay.
Let's see. I need you to roll me a dexterity check.
All right.
No. Athletics. Sorry, athletics check.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
All right. Let's see. Athletics. 19.
Okay, you got a 19. Cool. You can kick it your movement speed. So you were pretty accurate with it. You sent it right here in front of the goal.
All right. I guess that's gonna be the end of my turn.
Okay. Awesome. O'Rilo, you're down here. Ball's back there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Okay, so I'll move to that guy that's in front of the closest guy. I'll move up to him.
Okay, so this one, or are you
no,
this one.
Kid, yeah.
Mhm.
And I'll grapple him.
Okay. Roll me in athletics.
Okay. 17.
This guy beat you with a 19, so it failed.
Okay, good.
Cool. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. On to Ugg.
Ugg is all he's going to do his turn is can you zoom out the map real quick? Let's see how close I am to. Go back about 20 feet.
So this far?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay, awesome. And with that, we're going to move on. And by move on, I mean I'm going to name these people because I forgot to do that. Okay. So this one, Justin, your mic. This one is going to move up here. Kind of wait for a second. This one is going to head back 30 feet, and then he is going to roll to kick it to the bottom one here. So he's going to try to kick it pretty much to him. Oh god, that was terrible. So he was able to kick it, but only 5 feet, and failed it and sent it upwards. That was pretty bad. Caden, on to you.
How far is the ball from me?
Too far.
You are too far. Let's see. You would have to run 40 feet to get to the ball.
Then I'm gonna run and position myself between the ball and the guy directly to the right of it.
So, like, right here?
Up one more? Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is that it?
Would I be able to like as a reaction be able to stop the ball if it's kicked in the direction that I'm in?
Yep.
All right, then there we go.
Can. Yep. As long as it passes within 5 feet of you. So.
Yep. Right, I guess I'm just gonna prepare for a reaction, and then my turn.
Okay. This is gonna take a lot longer than I thought. So we're gonna drop it to 3 points. Let's drop it to 3 points. This is gonna take a lot longer than I thought.
3 points is going to take a while.
Well, if you kick it in, like if you kick it, it's 2 points.
Again, this is unorthodox talk. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
I'll
So
say
this guy is gonna come up. He's gonna take it, and he's going to try to kick to the guy right behind Caden. So he's gonna get a nice kick there. So ball's coming in, going right past Caden.
Gonna do a reaction.
Okay. I need you to roll me I need you to roll me an athletics check.
18.
Okay. You were able to stop the ball. You now have it. You can't do anything with it though right now.
I figured.
Yep. But you have stopped the ball. Onto this guy. He's gonna come over. and he is going to attempt to steal the ball. So I need you to roll me. What would you roll against that? I need you to roll me either an acrobatics or an athletics check. Let's see. This guy got a 2, so you definitely keep it. Then we move back up. Morgeth, your turn.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna try to, like, run up to Caden and, like, get him to pass me the ball.
Okay, so run up right here.
Yeah, about right there.
Okay. Yeah, you can pass the ball within 5 feet for free, pretty much. So, so if Caden wants to, he can send it over.
Caden, do you want to pass the ball?
Why not?
Okay.
Alright.
So, you now have possession of the ball.
Alright, I'm gonna take the ball and run. Where's the rest of my movement speed? I want to go like right in front of the ball.
So there, you've got 20 feet. Yeah. So basically, right here.
All right, I'm gonna make an attempt to kick it into the goal.
Okay. Yeah. You roll me in athletics. You're right there. So.
All right. Come on. A 5.
5. Yeah, you make it. It's right there.
All right, nice.
Boom. First point to you guys.
First 2, right? Because I kicked it.
First 2, yes, technically. Yeah.
So sorry. I was
first
just sure.
first goal to you guys. That's what I really meant to say.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, all of them are going to regroup down here. You guys are gonna head back a little bit, whatever weird formation I put you guys in. And yep, and they're gonna move. Whatever it is, I'm trying to put in a reasonably same formation. This is, yeah, okay. So yeah, this guy, I'm gonna immediately roll him to see how far he kicks it, and to who. Okay, he kicks it. He's gonna kick it straight up to this guy. So with that, Morgeth was the last one. We're gonna move straight to a Rilo.
Okay. Do this. Okay. So, let's see. I guess I'll 30 feet in front of him.
Okay. Right here?
A bit up.
Okay. So you wanted... Wait a minute. So right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I guess I'll use action surge if I can.
Okay. And what are you gonna do with that?
I guess I'll guess I'll use it as a dash action. So get closer, bro. To steal the ball, bro.
So wait. Action surge just gives you another action, right?
Yeah.
You haven't used your action yet.
I use the action to dash. So.
Okay, so you're using the action to dash, and then you're using action surge here.
Yep. To
steal
the ball.
Okay. Roll athletics.
Okay. $23.
Yeah. Okay, you stole the ball. I don't even think I need a roll. Let me check. Nope. Hey, you stole the ball. Okay, so you now technically have possession of the ball. You cannot move anywhere though.
Okay, good.
Well, actually, your dash allows you to move the rest, so technically you can. You can move 20 extra feet.
Okay, I'll move 20 feet forward.
Okay. So, you move right past him 20 feet, and you're right here. Onto Ugg.
Ugg just kind of sits there ready.
Cool. Now back here. This guy is gonna run back. Run right past you and try to steal it. I need you to roll me either an acrobatics or athletics.
Okay, 7.
This one got a 9, so he beats you. He stole it. And then let's see, he ran, I think, this far. He is going to run past this guy with the ball, and he now has it. Moving on. This guy is going to run up 25 feet. He's going to take the ball real quick. The other guy's going to pass it to him. He's going to move 5 feet. Ball's with him. And with that, we move to Caden. Caden. Caden.
I'm gonna run down like below Morgoth, like one space lower than him. So like 10 feet from between me and him. I get at 5 feet.
What?
It's down one more space.
Down here, okay.
And then I'm going to just like up for a reaction. And then return.
Okay. Yeah, moving on. This guy here is gonna run 30 feet. He's going to kind of prepare there. In his turn, this guy is going to run 30 feet, dash, and then run 30 more feet down here. And with that, top of the round, Morgoth.
Alright, I'm gonna run straight for the guy with the ball.
Okay.
Run 25 feet. I'm gonna attempt to steal the ball.
Okay. Yeah, roll me in athletics.
Alright. 15.
This guy got a 15 as well. I believe it's defenders win that?
I think defenders, you have to break even to get through.
I think defenders win the evens. Let me check.
Well,
yes. So a tie results in the status quo remaining in contested ability checks. So tie means your grapple attempts fail.
Alright.
Which is the same rules we're doing here. So your attempt here fails.
Yeah, okay.
So, with that, yep. So, yeah, you fail there. So unless you have another action, That looks like it's it. Unless you want to move 5 feet.
Nah, I think I'm just gonna stay right there.
Okay. On to Arilo, who's sitting right here. Arilo, what do you want?
Okay. I'll try to steal the ball.
Okay. So you move up. You attempt to steal. Yeah. Roll athletics.
Let's see. Nat 20 though.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. You stole the ball. Yeah. So you have it. You kind of turn it, I guess, toward the goal. If that's where you're trying to go with it. And what are you gonna do now?
I guess I'll kick it. Kick in the goal.
Okay. You're gonna kick it from where you are.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Roll me in athletics.
12.
12. Let's see. So you're accurate. Gets it right here.
Nice.
Yep. Anything else?
That's it.
Cool. Ugh.
I think Ugg's gonna fall back one more and then get ready again.
Okay.
Ugg's being the goalie.
Got it. Yeah, understandable. Okay. So, onto this guy. He's going to come up. He's going to try to kick it to his friend right next to Morgoth and Arilo.
Oh, I got this.
He gets it. What was it? Probably about, let's say right here. Not to Arilo, but right in front of Arilo.
Sends it.
Yeah, with seeing that this guy kind of steps here, he's gonna try to kick it. He's gonna kick it to the guy up top. Okay, nat 20. So, how far is that? Yep. So he is definitely going to get it to the guy up top. And then we end the turn there. Caden, it's your turn.
Johnny, could you zoom out a little bit? Thank you.
Caden.
I am going to back down towards the guys who are bottom right of me.
Okay, down here.
And I'm going to attempt to and grab onto him.
You're gonna try to grab him?
Yeah.
Okay, roll athletics.
Well, damn. I got a 3.
Yeah, he got a 14. He beat you on that. So,
If I think it was a not 1.
Damn. Cool. Is that all?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Back to this guy. He's gonna move up 30 feet with this, and he is going to attempt to kick it. So let's first figure out what he gets. Okay. So this guy. That's do.
Do I have like a reaction?
Yeah, you can use your reaction. Yes.
Oh, what do I need to roll?
You need to beat a 17.
On acrobatics or athletics?
Acrobatics or athletics, whichever one.
Oh man, acrobatics on acrobatics. 12.
Damn. So ball goes in, pops. He makes it in. So that's 2 points for them. And with that, we're gonna move you guys reasonably back to where you were. Let's see. The ball will be to Ugg. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was trying to make sure it's like at least somewhat even there. Okay, so with that, we're gonna move on. First things first, this guy up front, he's gonna spend 30 feet walking, and then he is going to just ready right there. And with that, we come back to Morgeth. Morgeth.
Right, I'm gonna run up my 30 feet, just straight forward.
Okay, straightforward.
Yep, and then I'm just gonna get ready for the ball if it comes my way.
Yep. Oh, Rilo.
Okay. All the. Let's see. Just all the move 30 feet to the guy who has his action ready and grapple. So.
Okay. So, right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Roll me athletics.
Nat 20.
You know, it's funny because I got a nat 20 as well.
Does it beat my nat 20 of 24?
No. It does not. You got a 24, so he doesn't have a modifier for that.
For some reason, I don't see Orilo's rolls.
I don't either.
That's weird.
He must be rolling to self then.
Huh.
When you right click on it, you'll see self and everyone. Make sure everyone's checked.
Wonder why I changed that to.
I don't know. Okay. So, yeah, you beat it. So, you have now grappled this man. So, cool. I guess we move on to Egg. Ugg.
I would like to pass the ball to Caden.
To Caden? Okay. Roll me in athletics.
Athletics. A nat 1. I got 30.
Damn. Yeah, nope, you didn't even kick it, bro. It's right there.
He pulled a Charlie Brown.
Well then, I'm just gonna sit here then.
Yeah. I mean, you can move with it. You just can't kick it.
I can imagine he tried kicking it, and the ball just like moved like the slice bit in the wind, and he just slipped and fell.
I'm just gonna sit here with it.
Okay. Moving on. We're gonna have a few people kind of move up. This one's gonna move up. He's gonna kind of get ready. We're gonna have this guy here move here, take his dash, move there. And then this guy is going to move up to Morgeth, and he is going to attempt to grapple Morgeth. So Morgeth, I need an athletics or acrobatics check.
All right. Got an 11.
Yeah, this one rolled a nat 1, so yeah, it failed.
Okay.
And with that, we're gonna move to this guy. Wait a minute. How the hell? Did I skip Caden?
Somewhere.
I think I did. Okay.
I haven't moved once yet this round.
Yeah, you have not. Okay, let's get you in then. How the hell did? Oh, I see now. Your initiative's higher, but it like threw you behind them. What the fuck? Okay.
What?
Let me reset your initiative. There, it's fixed. I was stupid. Okay, you. What do you want to do before I move him?
I guess I'm gonna move up 10 feet, like move upwards 10 feet, and just wait for the ball to get to me.
Okay. Cool.
Also, Morgan, you might want to run up.
Isn't he
But more,
grappling?
you might want to run a bit more when it's your turn.
Okay, so this guy's gonna come here.
He's still grappled.
So that guy comes here. He's going to ready.
Oh, did that
to try to catch?
grapple?
Did the guy up here failed his grapple on Morgoth?
No,
No, I'm talking about me. I grappled.
Oh yeah, you did grapple him. Sorry, the initiative threw me off. Oh my god, sorry. Wait a minute. Yeah, he's gonna break out, or he's gonna attempt to.
Okay.
Yeah. Athletics.
I got 20.
Yeah, you do athletics. Okay. You got 20. Oh man, what is he gonna get? Oh yeah, no, he failed that. Never mind. So he sits there. Cool. Back to Morgoth.
All right, I'm going to I think I'm gonna move down like diagonally, about maybe like 25 feet.
Diagonally where?
Diagonally, like towards our goal.
Okay. So
I meant towards the enemy goal. I'm sorry.
Enemy goal 25 feet. So right past this guy.
Can you go down one square? Like, yeah, right there.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna ready in case the ball comes my way.
Okay. Arilo. You've still got him grappled. You just gonna keep him grappled? Rilo?
You're just keeping the guy.
Yeah, sure. I'll keep him grappled.
Cool. Ugh.
I'm going to try to pass it to Caden.
Okay, roll athletics.
God, another nat 1.
Damn.
Damn.
That's unfortunate. Okay. Well, I guess.
Hasn't even bugged.
Anything else?
I can fly without my action, right? Or is that?
Yeah, that's movement. Yeah.
Cool. I'm going to pick up the ball with my feet and start flying.
Okay.
And I'm gonna fly 50 feet. What's 50 feet in front of me looking like here?
Right past that guy.
Go down a little bit. Yeah, about there. Looks nice.
Okay. And the ball will follow you right here.
And that's my turn.
Cool. Moving on. This guy here. So this guy, seeing you doing that, he is going to head back 30 feet, and he is going to ready at the goal. This guy. Let's see. You are, just so you know, you are just above the ground. In other words, you'd have to go up. So technically, you're within grab range. So this guy is going to attempt to grab you.
Okay.
So give me acrobatics or athletics.
13.
This one got an 18.
Okay, I'm grappled on.
Yeah, you're grappled. Ball stays in its place, but yeah, you lose control of the ball there. And he just grapples you there. Caden, on to you.
I'm gonna run to the ball.
Okay. So you run down 20, 25.
20 feet.
Okay, 20 feet.
And then I'm going to kick it towards Morgan.
Okay, roll me athletics.
$13.
13. Yep, cool. So you pretty much get it to him. Yep. So it's right here. Morgoth doesn't have quite, he's not on top of it, doesn't have control. He's gonna have to pick it up on his turn, but it is right there. Cool. Is that the end of your turn?
I'm gonna use the rest of my 10 movement to move like diagonally upwards to the left.
So here.
Yep, and that's my turn.
Okay. So this guy here, He's going to run down. He's going to grab the ball. Like I said, he doesn't have the ball entirely. He doesn't have the ball. So he's going to grab the ball real quick. He spent, what was it, 20 feet to get down here. He is going to take it down here 10 feet. Well, it's honestly just around. Put it there. Bless you. Whoever sneezed.
Oh, I coughed.
Oh, okay. It sounded like a sneeze at first. Okay, and then this other guy that Arilos got grabbed, he is going to try to break out.
Okay.
I need you to do athletics.
Okay. 22.
Holy crap!
Man,
okay,
these-
yeah, no, you definitely beat him. And with that, on to Morgeth.
All right, I'm gonna go run and attempt to grab the ball. Like,
Okay.
steal it from.
Yep, go in. Yeah, roll athletics.
Eight.
Yeah, this guy got a 13.
Ooh.
So, you did not steal it from him.
All right. I guess I'm just gonna stay right there in my turn. I mean, can I do anything else?
I mean, you can move. You just can't. Unless you use something that gives you another action. You don't have another action.
Okay, then yeah, now I'm good. I'm into my turn.
Yeah. Okay. Arilo, you gonna continue grappling to him?
I guess I'll let go of him.
You're gonna let go of him?
Yeah, I'll go
Okay.
and try to take the ball.
Okay. So you move around to the edge. Yeah. So you move here. You're gonna attempt to take the ball. Roll me in athletics.
$16.
Yeah, this guy got a 4. So yeah, you take the ball.
Yeah.
So you take the ball. You
Well-
move down 10 feet, so you've still got 20 feet of movement.
Okay, I'll just hand it off to the Morgoth.
Morgeth, okay.
Morgoth.
So
Like, just
yeah, he's right here, so you can easily pass it. So there's that.
Yeah, I'll gladly take it.
Yeah, do you want to move anywhere or?
yeah, I'll move behind that guy that's behind the bird guy. Yeah, I'm not really good with names.
What, this guy?
Yeah, just a
You
bit
right here?
up.
So here.
One more up. Yep. All right.
Okay. Awesome. Ugh.
I'm fighting it.
Okay.
Well,
Yep. Roll athletics or acrobatics.
15.
Yeah, this guy got a 5, so you're out.
Cool. I would like to. Can you zoom out a little bit?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take flight. I'm gonna move back to like the middle of the goal.
You're gonna take flight and you're gonna what?
Go back to like the middle of the goal.
So right in the middle.
I can't see the goal. Oh, there it
I
goes.
just moved it.
Yep, right there.
Okay. And I assume that's it?
Yep.
Okay. This guy staying right here, he's readying up. Next one here. This guy is going to run over here. He's going to attempt to steal this.
I gotta roll.
Yeah, roll in athletics.
Okay.
Yep.
13.
13, 2. That is a tie with him. So, he doesn't take. You still got it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, with that, he's going to use the extra 15, though, to move here. Caden's turn.
I'm gonna run downfield a bit, like down and to the left, diagonally.
So, like here?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna kind of, I guess, get ready to catch the ball if it's past me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's the turn.
Cool. This guy right here next to Morgoth is going to attempt to take it.
Athletics. Ooh. I got a 5.
Yeah, this guy got a 4, so he failed.
Dang.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. That was a fail. And then you're gonna have this guy. He is gonna move here. Whoops. And then he's gonna dash so he can get right here. With that, on to Morgoth.
Alright, I'm going to take the ball
Mm-hmm.
and run it up and pass it to Caden.
Okay, so run up, passing to Caden.
Yes.
Is that it?
And then how much more movement do I have? So that was 25, right? So I got 5 more movement.
5 more movement.
I'm going to start to move
By the way,
up.
you still have your action. Since he's within, since you're right there passing it to him, it's a free action. So you technically have your main action.
Alright, I'm going to attempt to grab the guy that's like diagonal with me.
Yeah, okay. Roll athletics.
Got a 9.
This guy got a 12, so he beat you on that.
Alright.
O'Rilo,
Okay.
unless you wanted to move
No, I'm
again. Okay. O'Rilo. What do you want to do?
Go to the guy that's next to Morgoth.
To Morgoth? Okay. So, over here?
And I'll grapple them.
Okay. Roll athletics.
What is with these dice today? 21.
Damn.
Yo.
Yeah, you beat him. So he is now grappled. I assume we move on to Ugg.
Ugg is just sitting there ready for the work.
He's sitting there ready. Got it. Kind of assumed, but just want to make sure. Yeah, this guy here, he's gonna be ready. So the middle person, that guy in the middle of the goal. Let's see. This guy's grappled, so he's gonna try to break out of it.
Okay. Come on, luck. Don't fail me now.
So, yeah, roll athletics.
Damn. With the 23.
23? What the hell is your dice on?
I don't know. It's like, it must
And
be
why
like,
do they not appear? You need to roll for everyone.
Okay, can you tell me how to do that again?
Right click on it.
Question, John. Is his character also deactivated?
No, his character is activated.
No, his character's activated.
Okay.
Okay, it's now
Even
showing
so,
the
I would
game.
see the rolls. If I go in the game log.
It now shows me the game log. Maybe my Discord acted up or something. Did that weird thing.
I don't know. Okay. But yeah, so you haven't grappled still. So, moving on with that. Caden.
I'm
Caden
going
has possession of the ball.
I'm going to take this ball and I'm just going to run into the goal with it.
Okay, so you grab it and you're gonna run into it. So this other guy is kind of ready to try to stop you. I need you to roll me in athletics. Come on.
Come on, big numbers. 14.
That beats the 9. You send yourself
Yes.
straight into the goal with the ball, and you are now the winner. And with that, y'all are declared the winners. And yep. And so as y'all finish up there, you know, the guys kind of the guys there, you know, one of them walks up. You know, a couple of them look somewhat defeated, but you know, also it seemed like they had fun. One of them walks up and he goes, "Well, hey, y'all played a good game." And he kind of like, you know, he hands you the 30 gold y'all put in back and plus another 30 gold pieces. He's like, "Good game. It was fun playing with you guys." He's like, if you ever need to find us, we actually live in a village about two or 3 days off. We live in a village near Hector. If you end up going there and you find anybody, tell them that the good old kick boys are still kicking. Okay.
You got it.
Yep. And,
All right.
And with that, I guess they kind of move on to go rest up or whatever after that long game y'all had. So
I guess we all just go back into the cart.
Yeah, I'm going back to the cart.
Yeah. As y'all come back, Yorn starts like cheering. He's like, "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about." He's like, "I watched that whole thing. It was freaking amazing."
You know, I'm not gonna lie. Before I became a full-on rogue, I did used to play something similar to that.
Oh, well, that's cool. Okay, is everybody ready to head off again?
Yep.
Yes.
At the memory.
Cool. So y'all head off again. And with that, y'all take another day, you know, of resting in the wagon, kind of, you know, heading off. Yeah, y'all end up, you know, another day. It's kind of uneventful. You know, you don't see anything interesting. Nothing really appears. You're just on the road for a while, and y'all end up, you know, y'all end up about like half a day's, you know, half a day out from Hector. And as you get there, as you are half a day out from Hector, you look around, and everything. You see a village off to the side, down this like little crooked dirt road, you know, off down the plains and everything. You see this village, and you know, there's a nice little fork in the road. One side goes left, one goes right, and to the left you see the village like way down.
Well,
yeah, so as y'all come up, Yorn goes, let's see, where's that map? I believe we're supposed to go right here, and he starts like looking around for his map.
What did you end up at too?
What?
Ugg just kind of like chimes in. What, did you lose that? Or do you know where your map is?
He's like, he's like, "I'm looking for it," and he kind of like rummages through the back of the wagon. He's like, "Where the heck did I put it? Just had it." And like, you know, he's just rummaging around for it.
The scan chimes up like, "I still have my map though. If you need a map."
He's like, "Really?"
Yeah.
He's like, okay, yeah, that'd be awesome."
Vanessa hands over her map to Yorn.
Mm-hmm. He takes it and he kind of looks at it and he goes, yes, I believe you're supposed to take a right here. He said there is a village to the left, though. Do you want to go by there, or do you want to just head straight to Hector?
Straight to Hector. That's where you wanted to go, right, Yorn?
Well, yeah. I just wanted to make sure. I mean, y'all are here on, doing stuff, so. Yeah, that's fine. And so, with that, he kind of just turns, sends the wagon off down to the right, starts heading off to Hector. Going down, after a little bit, you'll end up coming across a group of 3 men fighting over what looks like to be like some kind of golden ring. And I mean, like, they are fighting. Like, I'm talking about, like, full on, like, they're fist fighting, but they are just beating the absolute crap out of each other, trying to take this gold ring from back and forth. You see it pass from the first guy to the second to the third, and like, with all of this, you start to get like a sense of like, maybe there's something with this ring they're really wanting.
Huh.
Maybe it's a weird game or ring around the ring.
As y'all are like coming up on them and everything, Yorn tries to like go to the other side of the road to kind of like avoid them a little bit, and then one of them pushes another one back and like hits into the side of the wagon. Basically putting him into the wagon, essentially just like breaking a piece on the wagon itself, and like causing the wheel to like just stop in place, like as they're sitting there just beating the crap out of each other.
I go down and pull them apart. So
what?
I go down and try to just pull them apart. Go.
Can you roll me let's see. Do like a strength check.
Okay.
Can I get a strength check from you?
$18.
Okay. Yeah, so you get down there, as they're sitting there fighting, you like grab both of them, pull them apart, kind of get them, away from each other. And one of them's just like, he's like, hey, he's got the ring, okay? It's my ring, it's mine. And she's like, no, it's not, it's mine. And the third guy starts like running up and he goes, no, it's mine, as he like tackles the guy that you have like, that you grab with your right hand. He like tackles him to the ground and just starts like trying to grab the ring.
I hop out of the back of the cart and try to pry the other two off of each other.
Let's not try stealing the ring without being caught.
Ugg just kind of has his head poking out of the back of the cart watching us.
So do I need to roll a strength check?
Yeah, I need you to roll strength. Caden, I need you to roll stealth. Caden, roll stealth disadvantage, actually.
I got a 12.
Disadvantage stealth? Okay.
Yeah, I need you on disadvantage with the stealth thing. So 12, yeah. You get them apart, not really like apart, but enough where you could put yourself in between them for a moment.
Even with disadvantage, I got a 15.
Oh, nice. You get down and you go for the ring. You don't end up getting the ring, but no one notices that you even attempted to try to get it.
So does anyone want to tell us what this quarrel is about?
And one of the guys points out, he's like, that ring belongs to me. And the other two's like, no, it's not, okay? It belongs to me. And
why is this ring so special?
Yeah, that's the real question.
And the guy that's got that currently has the ring, he goes, well, whoever has this ring, the legend says that this ring has great power and can make that person irresistible to literally anybody.
I don't think it's working.
Eduardo, you want that ring?
Didn't you say Caden had the ring, but you literally just referenced the guy had the ring?
No,
I didn't get the ring. I never got it.
He did not get the ring.
Oh, I thought you said Caden got the ring.
He did not get the ring.
Can I try and steal the ring again?
No. So
Okay.
yeah, so the guy, like, you know, holding on to it, he, you know, like he's like, this ring is supposed to make anyone who wears it irresistible to anyone that they wish to be so. And I am going to make the dear Adelaine, I'm gonna make her fall for me, and we will be wed on the spot, and sail off across the seas, where we will go to a land beyond the land of Galore, and be together forever. And then one of the other guys kind of like steps up. O'Reilly's just, you know, holding him back a bit. He's just like, no, okay, Adelaine is mine, not yours, mine.
Question: Have any of you just tried simply asking this Adelaine out?
And all of them kind of look at each other, and then they just start laughing. They're like, what? Wait. Oh, you weren't kidding on that. No. As like the other two also look kind of depressed after that.
Why are you looking depressed?
And one of them goes, well, I mean, look at us. We're not really, you know, the type, you know, to like get a woman to even look at us. What?
Well,
like, why would we go off and ask? Why would you go off and ask her, and, you know, her say no? We could just have this powerful ring that would make her say yes.
Yes, it's kind of sad, honestly.
Let's be honest. Is it really true love if they're unknowingly being forced into loving you?
I don't know, man. Kind of seems kind of lame.
And
you know,
yeah.
Ugg kind of like chimes in from the back and just like, have you even tested if this works or not?
And all of them was like, well, no, we just
Tested on me, I dare you.
We were on our way back when I guess we kind of got a little ahead of ourselves and started fighting over the ring.
So this could just be like a normal ring that you guys are being each other up over.
Well, no, of course not. It's definitely a magic ring. Like we had, there was a witch lady back in Hestia we talked to that gave us the magic ring, and she said it was magic. And it would make Adelaine fall for us, or fall for the one who wore it.
Did you test it?
She seems like.
What do you mean test it?
Does
How are we
it
supposed
work?
to? How are we supposed to test it if? See, the thing she said about the ring is that it, you know, like, it works on people that we want it to work on. So, and the only one I want it to work on is Adelaine.
Well, it's not like you have to go to someone and be like, hey, you want to date me? Like,
well, if it only that you wanted it to work on, wouldn't it then, in theory, just like not work when you don't want it to work on them?
Well, I mean, yeah, but no, yes.
I think we just broke the NPC.
Wait a minute.
Well, listen. Last I checked,
I'm confused
that's
too.
usually how it works. That's usually how it works. Last I checked. So if you want, you can try it on me. If it succeeds, then
Ew, disgusting. No, I would never want that. No.
Hear me out. If it works, the Goliath over there is gonna hold me back.
He goes, okay, you know what? Fine, I'll see. And he kind of like sits there. You know, he's got the ring on. He kind of like sits there, he puts his fingers to his temples, just kind of sits there, closes his eyes and thinks, and you just all of a sudden you see his face get disgusting. He's like, no, disgusting. Yeah, no, sorry, can't do it.
Wow.
I love to say this, but like just me.
What about?
Meanwhile,
Question,
Vanessa's just sitting in the cart, being the only female in the party.
Question: do one of you want to try it on the tabaxi over there in the cart?
And he looks over and he's just like, it's a promising gesture there, but I'm gonna say no. The only one for me is Adelaide, and the other two's just like, oh, come on, man, that was exactly what I was gonna say.
I feel like the only way we're going to resolve this is to get Adelaide here.
Yorn kind of like peeks his head out and he's like, come on, we don't need to resolve this. We've got Hector to go to. Y'all said you wanted to head to Hector. This is not Hector. This is three guys fighting over a freaking ring that doesn't work.
Oh, so the ring doesn't work? Why didn't you say that before?
Why? Because it's you can't convince them it doesn't work. And you know, the guy who's holding it's just like, of course it works. Why else would the witch lady sell it to us? To make money.
But this is just like, come on, let's just get to Hector so we can get the fuck out of here.
Listen, fellas, I'll take your cheap little ring that you bought off of that stupid witch lady, and I'll try it myself.
Try it with who? Who do you want it to work on?
I don't know. I will figure it out though.
No, this is my ring. I am going to use it on Adelaide. And you know, the other two kind of like start shimmying around trying to get to him. It's like, no, it's gonna be me.
Vanessa just like whispers to Yorn, let's get moving slowly so the others can catch up.
I'm gonna try to intimidate him to give me the ring. Like, give me the ring.
Roll intimidation.
Come on. Got like a 13.
Okay. Yeah. So you intimidated the guy. He's just like, okay, and he like he pulls off the ring. He hands it to you. And he's like, it's okay, fine, it's okay. You can take the ring. And the other two are just like, what are you doing?
And I take it and I pull out my greatsword and I'm like, now work on your personalities and each of you try for her. Do better. Stop being sad. I'm trying to use magic trinkets. And I had to like run and hop in the wagon.
I also start running towards the wagon and hopping in.
I guess I toss him on the ground and run to the wagon.
I'm gonna put the ring on my finger.
So as all of them are like, all of them are like there for a moment, like the two others look at the guy who just gave away the ring and they're just like, what's wrong with you? As they tackle him, and then all three of them just start brawling again. Yorn jumps off the wagon real quick. He goes and like checks underneath, to see like what fell, and he just found that like a board kind of just fell. So he pulls it up, and like he kind of pokes his head out for a moment as he's holding it. He's like, hey, can one of you reach the hammer, please?
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, you hand it down. He takes it. He goes under. He bangs it a few times, and as he bangs it, back into place, he's like, "Okay, I think we're good." He gets out from under the wagon, tosses the hammer back up, and as he jumps up in the front, again, he gets the wagon moving. They start going, and all of you move on and leave the three guys brawling to the bloody death in the middle of the road.
That kind of seems like their problem. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, we tried. We tried.
We tried, we failed, we got a magic ring in the process. Actually,
I know.
Mario, you want to try that ring out?
I think it's a hunk of gold.
Yeah, it's probably just a useless hunk of gold. I say as I like start to slide it on my finger.
Shall we try it out?
Precious.
Someone say, shall we try it out?
Try it on who?
I don't know. Who wants to be the volunteer?
You
I volunteer Caden as tribute.
Okay, the thing is you have to want the person.
Yeah. So I'm like,
So if your character doesn't want it, it's definitely not going to work.
yeah, maybe we should wait till we get to Hector to try this thing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. So y'all ride off. Y'all have any rituals y'all want to do?
Guess I'll make a few more cards.
Okay.
Room cards.
Yeah. How many?
5 more.
Okay. So you make those?
I just start slapping my sword against my chest. Just to test the force.
Yeah. After another half a day's ride, you start to see Hector in the distance. Yorn's just kind of driving. He's like, "Well, everybody, we have finally made it to Hector." It's like if you would like to be in awe, this is the time to do it. This is a
wow.
Yep, it is a great place.
Hector's the name of my cousin. This don't look nothing like Hector.
He's like, this is the city of Hector.
I don't remember Hector looking this big.
Damn.
He just keeps riding and everything for a little bit, ignoring what Eduardo said. And as he arrives, he as you arrive and everything, you see a couple guards at the gate, but they don't seem like typical guards. They don't have the metal, the metal armor or anything. You look at them and they almost look like in magic robes of some kind. As Yorn comes up, comes up to the gate, he stops the wagon, and one of the guards just it's like, "Excuse me, is there a reason you are passing in here?" And Yorn goes, "I have come to the city of Hector, seeking magical knowledge. And this is my band of friends that have come to join me as bodyguards." And they're like, he goes, "Okay, that is fine. Please proceed." And and he heads right past. As you get in there, you start, you ride a little bit. You pass a couple, arcana shops and stuff like that. You actually see a couple different creatures that you normally didn't see in the last one. You see a bear kind of following a person in the road. You see some wolves kind of chilling off in an alley, rummaging through some garbage. You see a couple dwarves kind of chilling around the blacksmith area. You see a few you actually see a halfling walking around with some humans, kind of almost looking like they're playing some sort of children's game or something. And as you ride in, you get to the town square, and it just immediate feeling of just magic hits you. You feel as if like literally anything could happen for any reason. You see like shops around, you see people kind of talking and having more of a like a genuinely good time. There's magic shops all around. You see, of course, normal shops you would normally see, like the blacksmith, the general store, a traveling shop. But overall in the town square, you see all this stuff. But in the middle, there's this huge, like 30-foot fountain. And just as all of you like start to take all of this in, you see like a really fast shadow fly across the sky, like just bolting off into the distance before you even realize it. And then the entire place goes silent for a moment. And in that moment, someone then just yells out of nowhere, "Was that a dragon?" As like the entire place just kind of like goes straight into chaos. People start charging out of the town square, running off into buildings, kind of going everywhere, hiding. And then it leaves where your party, everyone in your wagon, is the only ones in the town square.
Well, this doesn't look good.
Nice traffic we're having, right?
It doesn't look like Hector.
Yorn kind of looks up at the sky a little bit, like in more of an amazement, I guess is the word. And he's just like, "Dude, if that was a dragon, oh, that would be so cool." He's like, "Nonetheless, we need to find somewhere to stay for the night."
Agreed.
So Yorn's just kind of riding, like he rides out of the town square. It looks pretty empty. It's all just generic and dead at this point. Like everybody's hiding. You see a couple people poke their eyes out, kind of looking at the sky through windows and stuff. You see a person or two like poke their head out the door, looking at the sky again. And you'll come up and you'll see what looks like a bed symbol on a sign like in front of this like huge building.
Well, that seems like a good place to rest.
Yeah.
I don't know how to read, so I didn't know what it says.
Oh, well. I can tell you it's definitely, hopefully, an inn. Do you guys think we should go check it out?
Yeah.
Alright. So I guess we can go to check it out.
Mm-hmm. So, as everybody kind of like hops off, Yorn kind of stays with the wagon. He goes, he said, "If this is an inn and y'all get a room or everything, just tell me. It looks like there's somewhere over here I could park this, so I'm just gonna head and park it around the corner here." And so he kind of takes the wagon as all of you get off, and puts it around the corner. As y'all walk inside, you just see, like you see this like it's like a decent sized inn. There's a little counter there. There's a guy standing like behind. There's a guy like a big burly dude standing behind the counter. And as y'all walk in, he goes, "Of course, more people today. How can I help you?"
All right, everyone. How many rooms do you think we'll need?
I'm fine sharing a room.
Yes, we can.
I'm probably
guess I
sharing
can.
with Yorn anyways, so.
I guess I can bunk with someone.
I share a room with my guitar.
So I say at least 4.
At least 4.
If I'm counting people correctly, at least 4.
Okay.
3 if someone wants to bunk with 2 other people, which I probably couldn't happen. So 4.
Okay.
Because someone's gonna have to sleep alone.
Well, then that's fine. All right.
I mean, Eduardo just said he's gonna sleep with his guitar, so I think he's already got his roommate.
Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna head up to the innkeeper and just be like, 4 rooms, please.
He goes, okay. 4 rooms. How long?
All right. How long do you think we're gonna be staying here?
That's just shrugs. We don't know
Let's
until the
maybe-
day comes.
I guess we
Just
can.
tell him until we leave.
Hopefully, at least a couple of days.
Maybe pay for a few days just in case.
So
Like
would you
maybe
guess about
3 days? 2 to 3 days, yeah.
Okay. We'll be staying about 2 to 3 days.
Okay, let me ask again. How many days are you going to be staying here?
I'm just going to say
Exactly 2.5 days.
Should I just say 3 to be safe?
Yeah, say 3.
Go for it.
3 days, please.
Okay, let's see. You wanted 4 rooms, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right then, Yorn kind of like walks inside. Like he walks inside, and the guy kind of like sees Yorn walk in. He's like, "Is this one with you?"
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Like, okay, it's gonna be 120 gold pieces.
Damn.
Hey, Cannon,
Yeah.
how many gold pieces you got?
I guess I can pay you.
Hey, don't worry,
Right.
guys. I'm gonna
I
check my
have-
pockets right now. I gotta.
Did you just assume I had 500 gold on me? I swear I just heard someone assume I had 500 gold.
No, I said how much gold you got on you.
No, I said I swear someone else did.
I got 1.
I have none as far as I know. I mean, we won some from that game, but I don't know who all that went to.
All went to Caden.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I asked
Well,
Cannon.
I just need to pass it out.
I mean,
I
I'll
can
take some of it.
I can.
there. I'll take over some of it.
Okay, I can pay the difference. So
My only question is, who's putting what towards the price?
I'll do 50 gold.
okay, and I'll do 70 gold.
All right.
And we need how much was the total?
120, right?
Mhm.
So, I mean, it seems like Ugg and O'Reilly have it. Unless, Caden, you want to throw in some to try to. So they want to.
I mean,
Cannon, I suggest throwing in the money earned from the bet.
yeah, I was gonna say, instead of doing 70, you could do just like 40, and I could do 30.
Okay,
That sounds good.
So you guys got it all figured out?
Yeah, I
Yep.
did 50,
Yeah.
Arlo did 40, and Kitten did
Yep.
30.
Yeah, so as y'all are starting to get all the gold together and everything, and he just starts putting it on the counter, you see Yorn go over there and slap up a bunch of platinum, and he goes, "Is this going to cover it?" And the innkeeper kind of just looks at him kind of weird, and he looks at the gold pieces, kind of looks at Yorn, he's just like, yeah, it's gonna cover it. And he reaches over, grabs the keys, and puts it on the counter. He's like, "You're gonna be in rooms. You're gonna be rooms 1 through 4 here, right here on the first floor." And he's like, "Thank you." And he takes the keys real quick, and he starts handing it out to you guys.
Cool.
So, did he end up paying for it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, thank you for that,
paid for it.
Yorn.
He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "No problem." He's like, "We needed somewhere to stay. But don't worry. I've already, that's just for advance."
Okay.
Yeah. Just don't worry. I'll get the money back.
Ug's gonna go and head off to the first room to go sleep.
Yep.
I guess who should I room with? Because I'm fine with rooming with Ugg or somebody.
You can room with me.
Say what?
You can room with bunk with me.
Alright, that's fine.
Yeah, Ugg really doesn't care who he rooms with. So, whoever.
Bed boy, I guess you're with me. Vanessa? I guess you're with me.
So, Ugg and Caden are rooming in room 1. Is that what I'm hearing?
Say it again, you cut on me.
Is Ugg and Caden rooming together? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Okay. And I guess I'm gonna go room with Orilo.
And Albardo is rooming by himself. Oh, sorry, no, he's rooming with his guitar. I'm sorry, Albardo. Sorry if I offended your guitar.
And I just imagine kind of starts dragging Yorn to the last room.
I'm gonna do some magic shit.
Oh.
I did not foresee this outcome.
I'm gonna learn how to heal.
Yeah. Okay. Can someone tell me what you guys the rooms? Who's all?
So Ugg and Caden are in room 1.
Okay.
I guess me and Orilo are in 2.
Albardo and his guitar, room 3. And then Yorn and Vanessa, room 4.
Let's see, Eduardo and guitar, room 3, and then Yorn and Vanessa, room 4. Okay. I was just putting all that down to remember. Yeah. Do y'all have any rituals or anything you want to do, or are y'all just gonna rest for the day?
Rest.
While also teaching Yorn how to do magic.
Okay. Yeah, you're gonna teach Yorn how to use magic a bit. Does anybody else want to hop in on the whole teaching thing?
No.
Did you know a few chords on the guitar?
Nope.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Although Ugg,
practice my magic because I've only used magic once.
although Ugg only really knows basic healing, I guess he's gonna help out. Try to help out.
Yeah. Yep. And so, getting together, the party kind of chills, has a good time. Vanessa and Ugg try to teach Yorn a little bit of healing magic. You see Yorn is he's starting to get the hang of like casting spells. He's not quite at the point of being able to just cast him at a moment's notice, but you start to see that he's starting to grasp the concept of healing magic. In that, he also starts teaching. He starts teaching like Vanessa and Ugg as well a little bit more about like how rune magic works. Kind of get them more familiar with different things that are like different contraptions and stuff like that are caused by rune magic and stuff like that. So giving them a little more knowledge, in case they run into a future encounter where they see something that runs on rune magic.
Yeah.
And he kind of like gets them a little knowledgeable about that. Real quick, I need all of you, please roll me, I need everyone to please roll me a charisma check, every person.
Okay.
11.
Net 20, baby.
Hey.
Hey, charisma.
I got a 19.
16.
Okay. That is for a personal note. That is y'all don't know the outcome of that. But that is a personal note for me. What I can tell you is it has something to do with Yorn. So
Oh, that's not
yeah.
good.
Meanwhile, me, the lowest one who's teaching him how to do math.
It's probably gonna be something like our impressions left on Yorn, or something like that.
So yeah.
Really hope we have 2 more Christmas later then.
Yep. If so, there's no other rituals, nothing else you guys want to do.
No.
Okay. And with that, we will end session 9, and we will return the next day in the city of Hector, where the party will continue their adventures through the land of Galore.
All right.
Mayonnaise and instruments.
Yay, it's finally over.
Were you just excited to finish?
No,
Hard
no, I'm not.
Yeah, man.
It is getting late. It is getting late.
That's what I'm saying. It's getting late. That's what
I was gonna end it a lot sooner, but I low-key wanted you guys to do that like soccer game that I had planned.
It was actually fun.
Yeah, I got the nap.
It was fun. I had a lot of fun with it.
That was so fun.
I got to nap.
Yeah.
When you said there's like soccer, it didn't matter if like even offer like the whole drive. I was still jumping out of that damn cart.
Hey, nice to know, robot. Wow. Heck yeah. Well, real quick, thank you to everybody that watched. If you enjoyed, make sure you press the like, subscribe buttons down below, and please comment anything you'd like to say on this episode. One thing is that I want to know from all of you, do you think that dragon that everybody saw overhead, do you think that had any huge thing to happen, or do you think that's just a random sighting of some sort? Go ahead, put your predictions in the comments down below, and we will see all of you guys next week with episode 10.
I predict it was a bird.
It was
a dragon that got punched.
Imagine it's the same dragon that Dragon Fist punched.
It was a swarm of bats.
Swarm of bats, the shape of a dragon.
Oh.
It's a swarm of seagulls. Dragon.
Maybe it's just some wizard trolling everyone.
Just put your predictions down below for that. But thank you guys once again for watching. Just Johnny Test and the party. Our heroes. Say peace out.
Yeah.
We're all saying peace out stay awesomeness, and we will see all of you guys in the next D&D session. Bye-bye!
Bye.